November 12, 2024. We are meeting in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom to convene a public roundtable on labor relations in the District of Columbia. The roundtable is being streamed and recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named EAL Committee and on the DC Council website. The purpose of today's roundtable is to entertain critical conversation about the state of unionized labor in the District of Columbia as we approach 2025 and a new federal administration, and to have the opportunity to implement a PLA towards the renovation construction of the Gallery Place Arena. Today, we would like to get a deeper understanding of working conditions, collective bargaining, and any other labor concerns. We would like to hear a vast number of different topics, all of which are important to build our dialogue further around workplaces and labor rights in the district. At this time, I want to start by recognizing we have two government representatives with us today, and we'll give them an opportunity to tell us what they do and how they do it and how they especially do work on your behalf. So we'll give them an opportunity to speak at this time. The representatives are Ms. Aisha Alt, Chief of Staff from the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, and the Acting Executive Director of PERB, which is Royal Sims. And so I think they both are virtual. Am I correct? Okay. So we will have them before us momentarily, and you can watch them on the monitor. And I want to thank you all for coming out to this opportunity to hear from you. You are, my goodness, you are by far the majority of the population within the District of Columbia government. And so I want you to know we respect that and want to hear what you've got to say. Every day you make the government work. So thank you very much. All right, I see Ms. Alt. Ms. Alt, we'll start with you and give you an opportunity to just make some comments before this illustrious crowd that we have today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Aisha Alt, and I am honored to serve the residents of the District of Columbia as the Chief of Staff at the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, also referred to as OLRCB. Thank you for this opportunity to allow me to testify on behalf of our agency director, E. Lindsay Maxwell II, and Mayor Muriel Bowser about OLRCB's role in labor relations in the District of Columbia. First, I'll start with a brief background on what labor looks like in the District of Columbia government. Our unionized workforce represents approximately 27,000 people, or 75% of its employees. In that regard, OLRCB serves as the mayor's principal management advocate in administering the district government's labor relations program for agencies under the mayor's personnel authority. That is, in fact, our mission. We negotiate collective bargaining agreements, otherwise known as employment contracts, and represent management and related labor litigation. One of our guiding principles is that positive employee and labor relations is essential to creating a healthy and productive work environment. This is why OLRCB's approach to administering the labor relations program is to do so in a manner that enhances efficiency of government operations while also recognizing and respecting employee rights. Director Maxwell maintains an open door policy and direct lines of communication with local labor presidents to facilitate a collective approach when addressing labor relations matters in the District of Columbia. As one example, he has reinstituted individual meetings with our labor leaders, which we call Coffee with the Director. These informal meetings are held in his office and directed.
Ms. Alt, I don't know if you can hear us, but I think your tape is stuck. We've lost, now we hear you. Go ahead, please. No, we don't hear you. We've lost our audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go back to Coffee with the Director.
All right.
For example, Director Maxwell has reinstituted individual meetings with our labor leaders, which we call Coffee with the Director. These informal meetings are held in his office and are designed to address labor's concerns, communicate the executive's initiatives and sentiments, and to jointly collaborate on problem solving as necessary. OLRCB also partners with the DC Department of Human Resources to engage management and labor through site visits at different agencies under the mayor's personnel authority. We use these site visits to educate the executive teams and upper management and the local union leaders with members at that agency on labor and employee relations. We also carve out time to meet separately, that is OLRCB with the union leaders, to discuss agency-specific concerns and areas for reconciliation. We believe these opportunities to roll up our sleeves and sit side by side with our labor partners advance productive relationships with them. We are pleased to highlight recent CBA negotiations we completed between the District of Columbia Public Schools and our teachers who are members of the Washington Teachers Union, and also with the district government's attorneys who are members of the American Federation of Government Employees, which we affectionately refer to as AFGE, Local 1403. Not only did we reach agreements with these two unions, but we were able to do so in record time. In closing, as we continue to provide high-quality legal services to district government agencies, OLRCB's well-known proactive and collaborative approach in working with our labor partners will remain a constant. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we look forward to continuing to work together to further strengthen the relationships between labor and management.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Thank you for that information. We're just sort of like, making a foundation for the comments we're going to hear from the individual labor members. And now we will hear from Mr. Director Royal Sims from PERB, the Public Employee Relations Board, who is a new daddy. All right. He's very proud of that. So I want to put that on the record too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 6 days. Good afternoon, Chair Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Royal Sims, and I'm the acting director at the Public Employee Relations Board. The Public Employee Relations Board, which we say PERB, was established under the Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act of 1978 as an independent agency of the District of Columbia. The board is composed of 5 members, each nominated by the mayor and confirmed by the council. PERB is a quasi-judicial agency, which means the agency operates like a court, where we receive disputes and apply a body of case law to the facts of each dispute to reach a determination. All of PERB's decisions are available on our website at perb.dc.gov. The mission of the board is to implement a labor relations program for effective collective bargaining that both improves the quality of service to the public and the morale of employees. To that end, PERB determines appropriate compensation and non-compensation bargaining units. It certifies and decertifies labor organizations as exclusive representatives. It adjudicates unfair labor practices, considers appeals of grievance arbitration awards, investigates standards of conduct complaints, determines whether a subject is within the scope of bargaining, facilitates the resolution of impasse at contract negotiations, and it adopts rules and regulations for conducting the business of the board. PERB may issue subpoenas, conduct hearings, seek judicial enforcement of its orders, and retain independent legal counsel to represent its interests. The team at PERB is available to answer questions from employees, unions, and management about labor relations and rights under the CMPA. We provide regular training on the processes at the Public Employee Relations Board, and I would encourage anyone with questions or comments to look at PERB's website and email me using perb@dc.gov for additional assistance. Thank you, Chair Bonds, for hosting this roundtable today, and we look forward to listening to the comments, and continuing to work with your committee in building a more effective labor relations community in the district.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Thank you again, Ms. Alt. We welcomed having you here. Hope that you'll have an opportunity to listen in. I don't think you're going to hear many complaints. I think you're going to hear about the wonderful work that is being done through our unionized employees, but we shall see. Okay, trying to set the tenor of what we're about to witness. So now I would recognize any of my colleagues that may be online, and okay, we do not have anyone with us at this moment. So now we will turn to our public witnesses. That is, those of you who have joined us. All right. For our first panel, we have Jacqueline Pugh Lyons, Nadia Tournay, Regina Bell, and Iris Lemus. And they're representing the Washington Teachers Union. And Ms. Lemus is representing Unite Here. So we can take four. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think Ms. Bell, your hand? Yes, okay. All right. Ms. Lyons, you can begin when you're ready and we'll go down the table. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Councilmember Bonds. And I want to first say thank you to you and to your wonderful staff for their unending support in the WTU getting a contract, which included coming right to the bargaining table, even sometimes at 5 a.m. So thank you so much. And again, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today regarding labor relations in the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, president of the Washington Teachers Union, and I am a 31-year veteran of DC Public Schools. I've taught in schools all over the district as both a kindergarten and an ESL teacher. Along with raising my son, teaching the children of the District of Columbia has been the most rewarding experience of my life. I want to express WTU's gratitude to the DC Council for your unwavering support throughout our contract campaign. Whether you attended our contract negotiation sessions again at 5 a.m, used your voice to support our campaign, or rallied with us during extreme weather conditions, your efforts are greatly appreciated. I'm proud to announce that out of the 3,000 WTU members who voted for this tentative agreement, 2,880, 96% WTU members voted in favor of it. We urge the DC Council to act swiftly and unanimously to ratify this tentative agreement. I also want to express my thanks and deep gratitude to our WTU members, Mayor Bowser, Chancellor Fairby, City Administrator Donahue, and Director Lindsay Maxwell of Oral RCB for their commitment in getting our hardworking teachers a contract. This 5-year contract is a significant step towards providing our members with the fair compensation they deserve and improved working conditions. It includes an increase to 4 morning blocks reserved for teacher-initiated planning per week. DCPS will contribute up to 10,000 hours of leave each year to the WTU Sick Leave Bank for use by eligible members. 2 paid wellness days, 1 full day, and 2 half days where schools will be closed for teachers and students. Leave benefits for new parents. Teachers who use the WTU Maternity Paternity Leave Bank will be able to retain 10 sick leave days before utilizing paternal leave benefits, which will allow them to access sick leave after they return to work. This means these new parents won't have to take unpaid leave. There are also new protections to ensure that DCPS distributes the workloads of related service providers equitably and fairly, an agreement to study inequities related to school lunch assignments impacting elementary school teachers, new protections for athletic trainers, including ensuring they have appropriate equipment to keep their student athletes safe, a memorandum of agreement on new climate curriculum task force, a memorandum of agreement on diversity of instructional staff. We are hopeful that this climate MOA will assist in the development and implementation of a curriculum that infuses climate literacy through a racial social justice lens, and advocate for the creation, expansion, and maintenance of outdoor spaces in the district. Our MOA on diversity of instructional staff is a commitment that DCPS will work to recruit more teachers of color and advocate for policies that promote diversity in the workplace. Additionally, a requirement that DCPS regularly will provide WTU data relevant to assessing whether there are racial disparities in the hiring and compensation of teachers in the district. Despite these contractual changes, that will improve working conditions, our members clearly feel that impact needs to change. Impact has created an environment that, according to the American University School of Education and their study, that is racially biased, with white teachers on average receiving higher scores on their evaluations than their Black and Hispanic colleagues. In November 2023, I had the privilege of being on a panel with Dr. Richard Ingersoll for the DC Council Committee of the Whole public hearing on teacher and principal retention. When Dr. Ingersoll was asked about successful teaching evaluation models, he stressed that teachers should be involved in the design process. We should also make an effort to put into place what researchers have found to be effective in supporting teacher retention and preventing turnover. Dr. Ingersoll has done extensive research on this subject. He believes that a more comprehensive induction program for new teachers would decrease the high turnover rate for teachers who work in underserved communities. Dr. Ingersoll's research has been highlighted by the Alliance for Excellent Education. Unfortunately, since this research was put out by American University, not only has WTU not had any meaningful conversations on changing impact with DCPS, but once again, this is the biggest complaint teachers voiced during this past October's teacher and principal retention hearing. As the law stands now, changing the impact evaluation system is not permissible in bargaining issues, but you, the DC Council, can change the law so that we are able to negotiate a fair, effective teacher evaluation system that will help assist teachers and students in being their best. The impacts of teacher turnover are most deeply felt in communities of color and communities with high percentages of students classified as at risk. The DC State Board of Ed found that the rate of annual teacher departure rises with the percentage of students considered at risk. The district's teachers leave schools with fewer than 20% of at-risk students at an annual rate of 18 to 20%, while schools with the highest percentages lose almost a third of the teachers each year. Teacher turnover is expensive. It is estimated that losing an employee can cost the company 1/2 to 2 times the employee's salary, depending on the individual's level of seniority. The financials could be even greater. If we are talking about the staff retention in a law firm, an IT company, a restaurant, or any other businesses, even a DC council member's office, the cost of turnover would be front of mind. Employers would make an effort to retain and grow experienced and certified employees. They would be offering competitive salaries, a work environment that is respectful, and policies that were rational and not punitive. It shouldn't be any different for public education. And what makes the city's high teacher turnover rate so troubling is the evidence that strong teacher-student relationships are critical to student success. Strong relationships with teachers and school staff can dramatically enhance students' levels of motivation and therefore promote learning. Students, especially students of color who have access to stronger relationships with diverse teachers, are more academically engaged, have stronger social skills, and experience more positive behaviors. Teachers are tasked with providing the very foundation for our kids' lives. Past chancellors Michelle Rhee and Kyer Henderson often spoke about how having a high-quality educator was the most critical factor in student achievement, and how their goal was to have a highly effective teacher in every classroom. While the WTU certainly didn't agree with many of the policies and their policies and statements, we do agree with the sentiment that teachers are the most important factor in student learning. And we believe that our city must invest in our educator workforce. DC cannot grow and develop teachers into highly effective educators if the city is forcing them out of our classrooms and the profession. I again would like to thank the council for their support of WTU and our city's wonderful teachers. I appreciate that you raise important issues like teacher recruitment and retention, and for your support of teaching and learning in DC public schools. We have a long way to go, but working together, we were able to achieve a contract that didn't take 3 years, 5 years, or 7 years. Let this set the tone for the wonderful things we can accomplish for children when there is room for everyone at the table. And thank you again for letting me speak and for the extra time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Ms. Tornay.
Good afternoon.
Good
Thank-
afternoon.
Thank you, pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here, Chair Bonds. I want to thank you for holding this public roundtable regarding labor relations in the District of Columbia. My name is Nadia Cassius Torney. I'm the treasurer of the Washington Teachers Union, very proud to say that, as well as the Professional Development Local Site Coordinator. In my 23 years working in DCPS, I've had the privilege of holding several different positions. I've been a licensed clinical social worker, a related service provider supervisor, special education teacher, a math coach, and a mentor within the District of Columbia. I want to thank you and the rest of the DC Council for your support throughout our contract negotiations campaign. As President Lyons already mentioned, the most significant complaint we get from our members is in regard to our current impact evaluation system. Due to the existing DC code, we lack the voice on how we are evaluated. However, for today, this roundtable, what I'll focus on is another concern that we hear from our members regularly and the DC community over the past 2 years, which is the refusal of DCPS to comply with the Schools First in Budgeting Act. The WTU hopes that DC will make its best effort to follow this law during the FY26 budget process. The DC Council's commendable efforts in allocating funds to uphold the School First in Budgeting Act over the past few years has helped prevent hundreds of teachers from losing their jobs. However, DCPS's refusal to comply with the law still jeopardizes job security for educators. For instance, during this last school year, there was approximately a 5-month gap between the period of time that the FY25 budget was released by DCPS and the council's final vote on the budget, during which time many teachers were left uncertain about their job status for the upcoming school year. This led to tremendous job insecurity for teachers throughout the latter half of the year, where a lot of academic progress needed to be focused on. Through no fault of their own, while still facing the consequences of a punitive evaluation system impact and learning a new district-wide assessment called DC CAPE, which tested their children's academic progress and ultimately impacted their evaluation. Due to the lack of timeliness, after being informed that they were excess, which means removed from their school's budgets, Some teachers were later notified over the summer that their positions were reinstated well after their school year. As you can imagine, by that time, teachers had left their schools that they loved, transferred to other positions that were secondary choices, or left DCPS as a whole. If DCPS had only adhered to the School First in Budgeting Act, it could have prevented this situation, relieving undue stress for hundreds of teachers and increase their teacher retention, maintaining dedicated teachers to their dedicated students and beloved buildings. This past April, the Washington Post-Scar School conducted a poll of parents in the DMV. The poll reinforced our concerns about teacher shortages and turnover. In DC, 56% of DC parents felt that not having enough teachers was the major problem in their community. It is worth noting that this percentage is 9 points higher than the responses in Maryland and 13 points higher than the responses of parents in Virginia. At this point, we hope that DCPS clearly understands that the community is firmly against laying off teachers, uncertainty of teacher jobs, and the constant transition of teachers. Over the past 2 years, we've heard the powerful voices of hundreds of teachers, students, and parents testifying in unwavering support of the Schools First in Budgeting Act. In conclusion, since DCPS is currently being audited, we'd like to ask that we get to see the results of those and they are publicly noted to the public. Thank you for our time here today, and I appreciate you hearing our voice.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Bell, you're
Good afternoon,
thank
Councilmember
you.
Bonds. Thank you for holding this hearing on collective bargaining, negotiation, litigation, and other labor concerns. I am Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. The Washington Teachers Union, as it exists today, was formed in 1953 and traces its roots to the early 20th century. A predecessor to the current union, the Washington, D.C. Association of Attendance Officers, was organized as AFT Local 867 in 1946 and was among the first desegregated local unions in a segregated city. Unions throughout the U.S. organized to lead the historic 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Labor leaders have long known the connection between economic rights and civil rights. Labor unions play a crucial role in building America by advocating for and securing better working conditions, including higher wages, reasonable hours, safer workplaces, and benefits like health insurance, essentially contributing to the development of the middle class and shaping the American standard of living through collective bargaining power. I'd like to thank the Council for supporting the WTU in our recently negotiated CBA. In addition to increase in wages, we were able to negotiate better working conditions, including an infusion of 10,000 hours into the WTU sick leave bank, 2 paid wellness days. Teachers who use the maternity-paternity bank will be able to retain 10 sick days. New protections to ensure DCPS distributes the workloads of related service providers equitably and fairly. The agency pushed back on other working conditions the WTU tried to negotiate, including smaller classes, limits on the number of hours on a special educator's caseload, and collaboration on the teacher evaluation system known as IMPACT. Until Michelle Rhee became chancellor of DCPS, the WTU did negotiate the teacher evaluation system in the CBA. Michelle Rhee and Jason Camrus, architect of IMPACT, are long gone, but IMPACT is still with us. Neither of them have anything to do with IMPACT now. Jason Camrus left DCPS for Richmond, Virginia, where he is superintendent, but he didn't take IMPACT with him. IMPACT contributes to teacher turnover, has proven to be racist and biased, and is not used as a growth tool. Since there are no guardrails DCPS has to follow, this year the agency has made unrealistic goals for students to meet on their tasks, teacher-assessed student achievement data. Even the vendors who create these assessments say the goals are unrealistic. What are teachers and principals supposed to do if their jobs are dependent on meeting unrealistic goals? I don't think that 2 wellness days will alleviate the stress that teachers, students, and administrators are feeling as a result of these high-stakes tests. This is not a tenable situation for any school-based employee. We encourage the Council to pass a law so that the WTU can once again negotiate its teacher evaluation system in the CBA. Last school year, during the teacher and principal retention hearing, the The chairman recited data from the Learning Policy Institute's state-by-state analysis of factors influencing teacher shortages, supply, demand, and equity. When the district was compared to schools in other states, we are in the top quintile in terms of starting salary. However, we are at the bottom quintile for working conditions, including leadership support, collegiality, classroom autonomy, professional development, job satisfaction, and mentoring for early career teachers. We're putting in as much, if not more, resources into public education than any other state, but in terms of teaching attractiveness, we are at the bottom. That's a resounding indictment of DCPS's teacher evaluation system, which has been in effect for 15 years, but has not benefited students or teachers. It continues to destabilize school communities. And believe it or not, the WTU has the same goals as DCPS, student achievement and teacher retention. It would behoove DCPS to work with the WTU so that we can meet our goals. Our students deserve no less. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. Lemus, we have the translator available.
Okay.
All right.
Hello, good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, gracias por esta oportunidad de darme para hablar a nombre y a favor de todos mis compañeros de trabajo de hoteles.
Good afternoon. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak to me and my coworkers from the hotels.
Mi nombre es Iris, quiero compartir mi historia con ustedes.
My name
Perdón.
is Edie, and I would like to share my history with all of you.
Soy un orgulloso miembro del Local 25 y he trabajado 16 años en Hotel Washington, que está en DC.
I have been a member of the union for 25 years, and I have been working for 16 years at the West Hotel located in Washington, D.C.
Estoy orgullosa de ser housekeeper porque nosotros cuidamos a los huéspedes que visitan nuestra ciudad. Siempre tratamos de darles el mejor servicio posible para que se sientan bienvenidos y cómodos.
I am very proud of being a housekeeping so that we're able to provide the best of services for our guests that are visiting so that they can feel that they're being taken care of.
Durante la pandemia yo tuve más señoría, entonces yo trabajaba todos los días, incluso los fines de semana.
During the pandemic, since my seniority allows me to work every single day, including the weekends.
Mientras mis compañeros tuvieron que quedarse en casa.
During the time, my coworkers have to remain at home.
La gerencia guardaba los cuartos para que fueran limpiados cada 3 días.
The administration used to reserve the rooms so that they can be cleaned every 3 days.
Eso hizo el trabajo muy difícil. Yo estaba tan cansada y frustrada de limpiar los cuartos extremadamente sucios.
And that made the job extremely difficult. I was extremely tired of working on all those rooms, and it made my job very, very difficult.
Esos cuartos eran vendidos a descuento. En esa ocasión se celebraban todo tipo de fiestas.
Those rooms were being sold at a discount, and during that time, they were being used for all type of events.
Y después la limpieza era más difícil y tomaba más tiempo.
And then the cleaning part was very difficult, and it would take us a longer time to do so.
Todo ese trabajo fue muy incómodo. Siempre trabajé con mascarilla que al final no me protegió lo suficiente porque fui la primera empleada en tener COVID en el hotel.
Yes, all the jobs were not very safe. Even though I was wearing my face mask, I was the only one that contracted COVID in the hotel.
En resumen, sin limpieza diaria, la presión física fue muy intensa.
In summary, the pressure that we were getting for work was very intense.
Nosotros tuvimos que presionar a la gerencia para que llamara a las compañeras a trabajar.
Yeah, we had to pressure the administration so that they can call my other coworkers so that they can come and to work and show up for work.
especialmente porque los clientes querían que sus cuartos fueran limpiados todos los días.
Especially the clients were requesting that the rooms be cleaned every single day.
Gracias a la presión que pusimos a la ciudad, designaron que limpiáramos los cuartos diariamente.
Thank you. Thanks to the pressure that we put on the city, they were able to. We were able to clean the rooms every single day.
Regresaron a trabajar todos mis compañeros.
All my coworkers came back to work.
Las condiciones laborales se mejoraron y los huéspedes quedaron muy felices.
And the labor's condition got better, and the guests felt very satisfied.
Han pasado varios años ya de la pandemia y los hoteles siguen ocupados y con muy buenas ganancias.
There has been a few years since the pandemics. The hotels continue to be booked and with very good financial results.
No tiene sentido que los hoteles operen sin limpieza diariamente. Es mejor para todos.
There is no sense that hotels do not clean the rooms every day. By cleaning the rooms every day, it is better for everybody.
¿A quién de ustedes no le gusta que sus cuartos estén limpios diariamente?
How many of you did not want your room to be cleaned every single day?
Gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lemus.
Muchísimas gracias, señora.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you.
Ms. Lemus, let me start with you and just ask just a few questions. I believe I caught most of your testimony. You
Sí, sí.
mentioned that cleaning is difficult.
Sí, señora Lemus,
jobs
gracias
not
por la
safe.
información. Usted dijo
Okay.
que es muy difícil limpiar, que los trabajos no están muy seguros. ¿Me puede explicar?
Can you give us some understanding of what you mean when you say the job is not safe?
Sí. ¿Nos puede explicar de qué manera usted indicó que los trabajos no están muy seguros?
Sí, especialmente cuando los cuartos grandes son rentados para hacer fiestas.
Yes,
En
especially
esos-
if the larger rooms are being rented to have events or parties.
Los invitados hacen toda cosa adentro, toman, tiran su licor en el piso y a veces nosotros nos podemos caer y también ellos fuman marihuana adentro. Entonces no nos sentimos seguros limpiar esos cuartos que estuvieron sucios 3 días.
A lot of the guests that come, they not only dirty the rooms so much, they spill drinks, they even smoke marijuana, and it takes us a long time to clean up a room that had an event for the past 3 days.
Y tenemos que recoger cantidades de basura, sábanas sucias, toallas sucias que en 3 días están prácticamente secas, como
Yes,
contaminadas con todo lo que puede esperar.
Yes, we had to pick not only the trash, but we had to pick everything else, the towels, the beddings, and some of them after 3 days have been already been dried out and have accumulated a lot of bacteria.
Thank you very much. I
Muchísimas
know
gracias.
your description may be a little gruesome for some of us, but it is important that we understand the important work that all of our union members are engaged in. So I wanted you to put that on the record as to what really happens in these hotel rooms. So thank you.
Sí, muchísimas gracias. Lo que yo quería era que explicara y lo pusiéramos en el archivo de las condiciones que ustedes están trabajando y gracias a los sindicatos que también ellos lo están apoyando a ustedes.
Sí, gracias. Como le dije, mi experiencia de ser trabajadora de hoteles ha sido por más de 16 años y sé lo que es, trabajamos duro nosotros como empleados.
Yes, thank you, because as I mentioned, my experience as a worker in a hotel has been for a period of 16 years, and I know what I'm talking about.
Y gracias a mi unión estoy completamente feliz y segura.
And thank you to my union. I am very happy and I am very safe.
All right. I wanted to ask, as you are encountering the system that you are engaged in cleaning the rooms, I'm sure this information goes to management.
Sí, yo sé
Am
que
I
toda
correct?
sí, yo sé que toda la información que usted les provee a ellos, de todo lo que está ocurriendo, usted le indica a la administración de todos esos problemas. ¿Estoy correcta?
Correcto.
All right.
Correct.
That's
Muy bien.
correct. Okay. And you say intense pressure. What is this pressure that you're feeling? Are you on a timeline for cleaning each room in 15 minutes, 30 minutes? What's the timeline for cleaning each room?
Sí, usted dijo que hay una presión muy intensa en el trabajo. La pregunta es de que si tienen alguna cronología, un límite que tienen que limpiar los cuartos, 15 minutos, 30 minutos. ¿Cuál es el tiempo que ellos les dan?
Sí, tenemos la cantidad de tiempo que tenemos 8 horas para limpiar esos cuartos, pero cuando los cuartos eran guardados para 3 días, nos llevaba más de 1 hora limpiar los cuartos checkouts. Entonces trabajábamos bajo presión porque teníamos que terminar el trabajo para poder salir a tiempo con las 8 horas.
Yes, we had the time to do up to 8 hours to do the cleaning for the 3 day the rooms that were unclean for 3 days, and that created a lot of pressures, and we were forced to work a lot of hours under physical duress.
All right. And so is it your position that it is a better system where the housekeeping works every day of the week?
Es su opinión personal, su posición es de que el personal de limpieza se dedique a limpiar los cuartos todos los días en vez de varios días a la semana.
Sí, por esa razón estoy aquí, porque quiero que continúe como es hasta ahora, que nosotros le damos limpieza a los huéspedes todos los días.
Yes, that's the reason that I find myself here, so that I could make you aware that we have to clean the rooms every single day.
All right. And does that mean that your contract includes opportunity for you to have time off? Working 365 days of the year, do you have breaks when you
Sí,
can take time off?
La pregunta fue de que si el sindicato le permite a usted que tenga días libres, por ejemplo, trabajar 365 días al año. Es muy cansado que si ellos le permiten a usted de tener días feriados o días libres.
Sí, gracias a que somos cubiertos por la Unión de Local 25,
Yeah.
tenemos vacaciones.
Thank you for the Union 25 coverage that we're able to get vacation time.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you
Muy
very much for sharing with us today.
Sí.
Thank you.
Muchísimas
thank you.
muchísimas gracias por haber compartido con nosotros hoy.
Gracias a usted. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks to you.
Thank you. I have a few questions for the teachers union members. Not any that are difficult. This is an opportunity to really share. I know that most of our audience today is very much aware of the hard work that you do, so we don't need to, but I wanted them to understand what happens in the private sector with our with those who are cleaning our hotel rooms. And given what is about to happen very shortly in a few weeks, we know that there'll be many rooms that will be, and we want to make sure that I wanted to make sure they had an opportunity. So thank you for bearing with me on information that you already knew. I know that. but I want the public to understand that, those who will be watching our hearing. So I wanted to, if I could, Ms. Bell, you mentioned that one of the issues is the working conditions, including leadership support, classroom autonomy. You went through a list of things, and one of the things that you mentioned as it relates to concerns that came from the Learning Policy Institute state-by-state analysis is job satisfaction was a key component. So what prevents job satisfaction? Is it a condition in the classroom, treatment of teachers or treatment of teachers as it relates to students, student aggression as an example, students not being prepared, not doing their homework, or not contributing in the classroom? What really makes up this job satisfaction, which is so important that our teachers should feel?
Well, I think it's all of the above, and it also comes from the top down. The administration is being, they're getting it from central office about, student performance, student performance, student performance, and they don't take into any of the variables that happen when a kid walks in the schoolhouse door. What is their home life? How many times, what is their attendance policy? What do they experience in home? What kind of violence is in the community? It all affects student behavior in the classroom. So it's a myriad of issues, not just a single one. But it's all about student performance, which we all agree we want students to perform as best they can, but there's other issues that need to be addressed that aren't focused on.
Any other comments on this, Ms. Line? I know that you at one point were conducting, I think a couple of years ago, you did a survey with your membership. And I wondered if there are other items that popped out that would make it clear exactly what are some of the issues regarding job satisfaction.
Well, we did do a survey, and we're preparing to do another one when the teachers return to work after their break. But despite all the pressures that teachers have in the classroom, they rarely say they left because of the students. They love working with the students despite all the pressures that exist, particularly pressures that have existed after COVID. That's what we found is in the research that we did, that the level of stress and violence and behavior issues seemed to go up after COVID, things that many even veteran teachers didn't experience. But despite all of that, teachers love working with kids. They just know that to get the results that we need from our students, we have to have supports. You have to have social workers. You have to have the speech pathologists. You have to have psychologists. And those are related service providers, special ed folks, and we routinely get those, but we don't keep those people. And that can add to the stress in the classroom. Also, again, as my colleagues mentioned, it's how we're evaluated. It's almost like the evaluations, we know that teachers need to be evaluated, but we want to be evaluated fairly, and we want an evaluation that's not punitive. We want something that's based on growth. And we want an evaluation that takes into consideration the students that are coming to us. And we know that our students we want them to grow, but they are expecting mastery when many of our kids are coming to school 2 and 3 years behind. And so that adds to the stress of being a teacher when you're not understanding that and you're being evaluated based on that. And again, feeling like the evaluation is punitive. And again, I know when I started back in the old days, your principal, your administrator was there to support you. And I felt the support, but now the administrators are so caught up in the evaluation and trying to meet these high goals, they're not used as someone to be supportive of teachers, especially now that we have a system where many of our teachers are in their early mid-30s. They're new to this, and so they need the support of administrators and their colleagues. And with the system we have set up now, you can't support them. You have to get in and do what you have to do to keep your job. So.
I see. My goodness. All right. Well, we of course will have an opportunity to talk about the contract on the 20th of this
Yes.
month. And so we won't dwell into that. But you did cover a lot of that in your testimonies, and I thank you for that. I am really concerned with what can we do? I mean, what are the ideas? Because we have talked for the last decade about student attainment and how do we work on that? And the systems that we have in place, including the impact program, is designed supposedly to help us move our students forward. And that's back to Ms. Bell's point that it's about what happens with the student and the work that you do with the student. And so the evaluation process is one way, but we see it's not moving the needle the way we want it to. So surely by now, the union has come up with some ideas. You have heard from some of your faculties as to what they do to move students forward. And it just seems to me it's time that we hear more from the teachers as to what really moves a young person ahead so that they become proficient.
Agreed. I say all the time, poverty is major. And so when you have kids from underserved communities, you have to give them all the supports that they need to be successful. And again, those supports come with, again, related service providers. And we get them, but we don't keep them. So what can we do to get and keep those people who are an important part of the school community and can help our teachers in the classroom get the great outcomes that we need to get from our students because they're surrounded by support. That's why we like community schools, because that's all wrapped up into involving the family, involving the whole school and the community to get great outcomes. And again, I hate to go back to it, but impact has not given us the outcomes that it said it was going to give us. Our students aren't performing the way they should, and that's what impact was supposed to do. And it was supposed to help grow teachers and keep teachers, and it hasn't. So I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything else.
Yes.
Thank you for that question, Chair Member Bonds. There are 3 tenets to achievement, right? The first is trust, right? Trust in the process that you're in, wherever you are, whether it's K-12, whether it's doctorate, whether you're in your position at an organization for employment. Second is a sense of belonging, understanding that you're in the right place, right? So trust the process and you're where you belong. Most important is achievable goals, clear and achievable goals so that they could be worked on over time. And so, those of us who've been in the system long enough remember SMARTY goals, right? There was specific, I'm gonna have to go through all of that, but we know that there are very clear goals. And so at this point, DCPS is failing in all 3. Parents, teachers, students do not trust the district to do what they say, to follow through on what they say, and to be consistent. Secondly, it's hard to feel that you belong somewhere where every year your job is not secure, that your school site is not secure, that your community is not secure. And lastly, as my colleagues both have said, tasks and impact drive the student goals rather than student needs driving student goals. And so children are feeling the pressure from day one This first day of school, you're doing testing because teachers want a baseline that's based on zero teaching, right? Because that maybe helps them with their year-end goal. Because if I
Right.
taught you one thing, that might move the needle. And so we don't even take an opportunity to develop relationships with our students if day one, you're testing. And the last day of school, what are we doing? Instead of celebrating the last day of school, you're testing. And so this absolutely not the best way to begin or end the year. And so those three tenets that are very, very fundamental to achievement in any level are being failed. Our children are not receiving those.
Well, I appreciate your comments today on that matter, and I'm sure, at least I certainly will be asking more questions about how do we move the needle, because I think that's the purpose of our process. As you know, our school system is tantamount to the success of our community of Washington, D.C. And we have to deal with it as it is. I know that the community school concept works in theory, but let's see how it really works in reality. That's where we have to be, as an example that you mentioned. And so I'll be curious to see whether or not you'll talk with us on the 20th about these ingredients. And please, if you have hardcore data, bring it to the table, because it's time for us to get involved with this holistically. As you know, our revenues for the coming season will not be as they have been over the last decade or so, moving up every year. It'll be more like, maybe even a smidgen downward. So we have to be very concerned and considerate as to how we can come up with the resources that you indicated are sorely needed and make a difference in a child's life. So please help us think through this. We are all ears and hopefully have the ability to move the needle in the right direction. So I do want to thank you for that. One thing I want to ask Ms. Tornay, you mentioned in your the Washington Post SCAR school that conducted this poll of parents, it said that the parents see absenteeism or truancy as a major problem. In the overall area, well, it was like 27%, but you said in DC it was 57%. What do you attribute that to in this questionnaire that went to parents that said, do you think whatever is a major problem, minor problem, or not a problem at all in public schools?
So to quote I'm just going to read it again to be clear, that 56% of DC parents felt that not having enough teachers was the major problem. And that is 9% higher than Maryland, 13% higher than Virginia. So in reference to the absenteeism and truancy rate, DCPS, you're absolutely right, is at 57%. Again, going back decades ago, there used to be a focus on truancy, right? There used to be truancy officers in school. There used to be someone dedicated person who would follow up on students who did not come to school, and it was an important thing. After COVID, I think everybody just kind of relaxed the expectation of school. So parents began to feel school was optional because it was optional to be virtual, right? There was no accountability for virtual school. And so if kids didn't come, they just didn't come. And so as we returned back to in person, that transition hasn't completely happened. And there are other things that are impacting that, right? Mental health, people are still recovering. We haven't addressed the mental health losses. People are still grieving. People haven't economically bounced back yet. People have lost their jobs that never returned. There are other people have lost, their partners in their homes. And so there's a lot that leads to a full, whole parent who can bring a child to school or encourage a child to get to school or assure that a child gets to school. And so, again, thinking about the broader brush around what those other elements are that impact a child's ability to get to school and the people who are responsible for getting them there.
All right, and I hear you. It's speaking about the pandemic, but the source, this was a poll that was done in April of 2024. And so you're suggesting that the parents are speaking of what happened and why they felt that their young person or the students were absent or truant. Is that what you're sharing with us?
No, I'm sharing what we believe or
Okay,
is impacting,
okay,
not
all
what
right.
parents are saying. That's not what they're saying.
Okay,
But as people, those of us who are in buildings, we can see it. We
okay.
see what's happening. Parents who were full and whole before COVID and have not come back full and whole post-COVID.
Wow.
Families who are still disseminated. Families who still have children living in other homes because they have not been able to economically rebuild their whole homes and their economic foundation. Mental health, people who are still very depressed. Parents can't get out of bed. If you can't get out of bed, you can't get your baby to school. And if you're doing that, then your baby's going to be in bed right next to you because, of course, we sympathize with our parents. And so it's really a systemic issue that we have to address that I think attendance and truancy is secondary. It is appearing as an issue, but it's really more of a symptom of something else that we haven't addressed yet.
All right. Ms. Line, you want to?
No, I'll just say that when teachers worked virtually during the pandemic, I would hear some of the stories that teachers would tell me because for the first time they were able to see virtually what was going on in the home while they were teaching. And one teacher said to me, some of the stuff would just have you on the floor laughing, and some of the stuff they saw would actually have you on the floor crying. And so and there's some things that we just didn't know and we still don't know, but it's impacting what's happening in the schools today.
Thank you very much. And so, Ms. Lyons, you mentioned that you're waiting for the signed contract. And so what's the usual time frame for the signed contract? You've been around for a little while, so you know what that means.
I don't think there's any usual time frame. I will say that everyone that's been around longer than me has said that this is a first. The fact that the last contract was 3.5 years, this was the one before that was 5, and I believe the one before that was 7. So as the president of the union, once we ratify the contract, what we're trying to do is make sure that our people get the benefit of the new contract and the working conditions that we're going to get, and plus that we get money in hand, knowing what's going on out here. So I'm hopeful that soon after the 20th, Octo will start the wheels turning so that our teachers can get money in hand. So I am also hopeful that this is a turning point for our relationship with OLRCB and LMER at DCPS, that we've done something that was never done before. The contract was late, but it was only a year, and that's new. And so I am hopeful, always optimistic, that the next contract will be done on time.
All right, I'm hearing you. So am I. So I have my instructions. So thank you very much. Yes, I think it should be done in 2024 as opposed to 2025.
Right.
Okay, so I'm with you on that, and I'll get on that. Well, thank you all. I mean, we could go on. There are a couple of others, but I know we have other unions here, and they want to talk about their important issues, and we certainly want to hear them. Just one thing you mentioned with back to the impact, Ms. Bell, you said that it contributes to teacher turnover, and we've talked about that. And you said unrealistic goals for students to meet on their teacher assessed student achievement data. Can you give us some examples of these goals that are unrealistic?
Well, like my colleagues were saying, as soon as teachers and students come to school the first day, you start testing them.
Okay.
And then, so that's the BOI, beginning of the year testing data. And by the end of the year, they have to make, I can't remember what everyone's individual goals are, but they have to be on grade level, which if you come to school 2 or 3 grades behind,
Yeah.
it's unrealistic to expect the student to be on grade level at the end of the school year.
Okay. When we have our session on the 20th, please let's talk about this.
Okay.
Because if it seems like we continue to just let it be a condition and we don't deal with it. And when we hear that students are 2 and 3 grade levels behind, we need to understand what that means. Because for me, my committee is concerned with jobs, getting people jobs, DC residents jobs, and giving them an opportunity to stay in the job. In other words, to be retained in the job and to build a life, a career. And so I'm very concerned because when we say DC residents, primarily we're speaking of DC graduates, those who leave our education system. And so I really want to understand what we can do and what we know has worked that will make a difference. So please, let's talk about that. And we'll now get to the really tough subjects of the other parts of our workforce. So thank you so very, very much for being here. Thank you. And Ms. Lemus, thank you again. Who is that? Okay, all right, Ms. Okay, so we have one more. All right, we now on panel 2, sorry, we'll move a little faster. This is Miss Emmett Casa with Unite Here. And David Hogland, who is from the firefighters local IAFF Local 36. And Dr. Kofi Omash, who is from AFGE, and Aisha Williams, who is the president of AFGE Local 2978. So this is our next panel. And we thank you all for being here. Oh, Dr. Kofi, you are also a little injured here, huh? All right, it's the holiday season, be careful. All right, and we will start with you, Ms. Keshers.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this important topic of daily room cleaning. As a follow-up from my colleague Iris Lemos, as she testified earlier. My name is Emma Samuel Casa. I am the Internal Organizing Director of Unite Here Local 25. Coming out of the pandemic, housekeepers across DC were grateful that Council passed emergency right to know and automatic daily room cleaning legislation in 2022. Over the past 2.5 years, Council has extended this legislation on a temporary basis multiple times. Despite being hugely profitable again, the hotel industry is trying to use the crisis of the pandemic to inflict long-term cuts in services that harm consumers, workers, public safety, and the district's tourism and hospitality industry overall. We urge Council to make this legislation permanent. Under the temporary legislation, the mayor's administration let the corresponding regulations expire. Despite Council's intent, the rules are no longer actually in effect. Hotel housekeepers' jobs are at stake. Hotel owners and CEOs have made it clear time and again that they're looking to slash housekeeping jobs. Housekeepers are overwhelmingly working-class women of color. DC already faces massive problems of inequity, with Black and brown women facing the most significant hardship. DC's tourism industry has rebounded. We shouldn't let its standards decline. A headline earlier this year proclaimed, quote, Washington, D.C. leads the top 25 hotel markets in growth, end quote. If we want DC hospitality recovery to stay strong, we should not diminish standards like daily room cleaning, which helps make our hotels world-class. Hyatt, Hilton, and Marriott stock prices have all nearly or more than doubled compared to their pre-pandemic prices. Average daily room rates in DC are also higher than the pre-pandemic levels. Daily room cleaning is a health and safety issue. Public rooms that haven't been cleaned in days can take a tremendous toll on housekeepers' bodies. Cleaning rooms daily plays an important role in detecting nefarious activities and keeping guests, hotel employees, and the public safe. In addition, buildup of dirt and grime during the days where rooms are not cleaned can lead to vermin infestations and other threats to the health and safety of guests and workers. Thousands of workers, housekeepers whose livelihood, health, and safety currently is at stake urge you to finally make this important legislation permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Mr. Hoagland, who is representing the firefighters.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today at your public roundtable regarding labor relations in the District of Columbia. I'm David Hoagland, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 36 of the Metro Washington Council, AFL-CIO. I want to begin my testimony with some historical perspective. The District of Columbia Fire Department was established over 150 years ago. Thanks to collective bargaining, our members went from getting breaks at work to be able to go home and be with their families to a 42-hour work week with scheduled days off. We've made tremendous gains in our trade over the years when it comes to the safety and health of our members, which is the #1 priority of our organization, but we still have a long way to go. Our current collective bargaining agreement expired October 1st of this year. I just came from a scheduled bargaining session. We've been at the table since July and progress has been slow. We recognize that the city has fiscal concerns. However, it's incredibly frustrating that we have been at the table for going on 6 months. In a world that is increasingly expensive, it is difficult for all of us to be out working without a contract. It appears that the lack of compensation authority for the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining is delaying negotiations. We can't get into specifics about the proposals, but per the DC Code, the Council is permitted to appoint observers, and we welcome participation from anyone from the Council, so you can see these issues in action and learn more about them. We're not the only union facing a retroactive agreement, as you know. We just heard from the Washington Teachers Union. The Fraternal Order of Police was engaged in arbitration over their contract this week, and it will continue next week. Not negotiating collective bargaining agreements on time ends up being costly for the district. This is not the first time we have been bargaining backwards. This is unfortunately the norm, not the exception. Progress at the bargaining table has also been delayed by the department's declarations of non-negotiability and management rights, which result in both sides spending unnecessary time and money on legal appeals to PERB to have these issues resolved. You can review the PERB docket to see the details of how many things the department has declared non-negotiable management rights in the current round of bargaining. From a more general labor relations perspective, I recognize the challenges of negotiating with multiple bargaining units. Whenever we have an arbitration hearing, we face a lot of delays in getting the actual hearing scheduled. I think OLRCB could use more support, and their attorneys are stretched too thin. I would encourage your committee to explore staffing levels at OLRCB to see if enhancing them can foster more productive labor relations in the district. Regardless of the state of our contract, our members will continue to serve the district with pride and professionalism. I'm hopeful we will continue to make progress and our members will receive the fair deal they are owed for their continued exemplary service. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today at this roundtable, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Williams, you're next. Okay, representing AFGE Local 2978.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration, Labor, staff, and those working behind the scenes. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Aisha Williams, and I serve as the president of AFGE Local 2978. Joining me is our vice president, Camilla Stanley. We are here today to address concerns that labor continually face day in and day out with no reprieve. AFG Local 2978 represents hardworking and dedicated union members from the DC Department of Health and the Department of Energy and Environment. However, the issues we face are not unique to our membership. They affect other DC government unions alike. A significant source of these challenges lies in a provision of the DC Code under the Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act, Section 1-617.08, Management Rights. This provision disproportionately empowers management by tipping the scales and giving them every right to act and carry out different functions that are detrimental to labor. You might ask yourselves, how so? Well, I like to highlight significant issues we've encountered during fiscal year 2024. Number one, performance evaluations and quality salary increases, QSIs. QSIs are intended to reward high-performing employees for their contributions during the fiscal year. Based on performance evaluations, employees with above-average ratings qualify for a one-step grade increase or even a two-step increase in pay at the highest level of the rating scale. QSIs should motivate and retain top talent. Unfortunately, the opposite often occurs. The approval of step increases remains as a management right, which can also be contingent on the availability of funds at the end of the fiscal year. More often than not, funds are unavailable, resulting in no monetary reward for exceptional performance. This lack of recognition discourages employees and drives talented individuals to seek opportunities outside of the DC government. Additionally, when an employee reaches the top of their grade, in accordance with the DPM issuance 2018-15, they no longer even qualify for a step increase. Second issue, reduction in force, RIFs. A reduction in force occurs when an agency or management loses a funding source or another issue has occurred requiring employees to compete for retention. Employees are grouped based on their occupational level, classification series, and job duties. In most cases, the principles of last in, first out is applied, meaning the most recently hired employee within a specific grouping is the first to be impacted by the RIF. For affected employees, there are provisions in place that are supposed to mitigate the impact. For example, an employee who has been named to a RIF is placed on a re-employment priority list, ensuring they are considered for positions aligned with their skills, even in less competitive areas. Additionally, agencies are prohibited from filling positions designated as career service positions during this process. However, the system is not without flaws. A significant concern is that management can narrowly define job classifications to a granular level, effectively targeting specific employees for removal. And when they are placed on the reemployment priority list, they are not called back or considered. For example, Local 2978 filed a grievance regarding a RIF employee where the agency singled out one employee, a public health analyst, grade 11, with over 30 years of service in government. This individual, a dedicated public servant and likely a voter in your constituency, was unfairly targeted through this process. Again, I repeat, this individual has the title of public health analyst in the Department of Health, a common and generic title. Weekly and monthly, DC Health is posting positions and hiring in some positions with the same job title, yet the RIF employee is not being considered. Third issue, impacts and effects bargaining. When the union requests impacts and effects bargaining with agencies, the goal is to negotiate issues that affect union members' working conditions. Both parties are obligated to come to the table and bargain in good faith. However, the union often observes that decisions are made unilaterally before discussions even begin. For instance, the 2-day telework policy had been repealed and there was no opportunity to bargain against that point. The final decision had already been made. Another instance is when there had been a sudden change in work location for union members that worked for one agency and moved to another without offering compensation or benefits to offset the unexpected burden. None of the proposals by the union were approved. This These unilateral actions exemplify the ongoing challenges we face in ensuring fair bargaining processing for our members. Other concerns, and I'll jump across a little bit, is the filing grievances and arbitration. Filing grievances for violations of the CBA, the DPM, or the CMPA is both time-consuming and costly. Agencies frequently contest grievances even when they are clearly aware of their violations. Rather than rectifying the issue promptly, they escalate cases to arbitration, which can delay resolutions for years. This practice not only harms employees who have suffered injustices, but also strains union resources. For example, one of our cases took over 6 years to resolve. Even though the arbitrator ruled in our favor, such delays impose significant financial and moral burdens on the union and its members. My last point, and I'll hurry, internal employee investigators and organizational structure. Lastly, we raised concerns about the position of the internal employee investigators being housed within agency organizational structures. The internal employee investigators conduct investigations into matters of concern regarding employee conduct, safety, and allegations. However, when these investigations between management and labor are conducted, often they are found unsubstantiated. Since this role is embedded within individual agencies, there's a potential for bias due to its reporting structure, which can compromise the impartiality of investigatory outcomes. We strongly recommend that the internal employee investigators be made external to all agencies. This structural change will eliminate potential biases and ensure more objective and transparent reporting. AFG Local 2978 thanks you for the opportunity to present our testimony today. Sorry for going over. Thanks.
That is fine, and thank you very much for your testimony. And I'll say to Andrew over, I want to hear the full testimony from each of our unions, okay? Thank you. All right. And next we'll hear from Dr. Unma.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Barnes, members of the committee, and my fellow stakeholders. My name is Dr. Kofi Onuma, and I serve as the first vice president of AFGE Local 2725, representing public servants who work tirelessly to keep this city functioning. It is an honor to testify today on the challenges facing unionized labor in the District of Columbia. As we stand at the threshold of a new presidential administration, significant challenges loom over the landscape for labor. Schedule F threatens the integrity of federal employee protections, while a possible erosion of home rule could diminish our ability to govern effectively. And now the weakening of the Chevron doctrine, the existential risk for workers has even more so ballooned. This recent decision strips federal agencies of deference they once relied on to enforce critical regulations, opening the door for sweeping deregulation. This directly threatens workplace protections for wages, safety, and fair treatment, creating even more uncertainty for workers. It's clear that we cannot depend on federal agencies to safeguard labor rights under the incoming administration. It also lends itself to a massive purge of career servants and shrinking the DC government jobs if home rule is impacted. These uncertainties make the actions of local governments like DC Council more critical than ever. The responsibility to ensure workers have the protections they need falls squarely on this body. The time to act is yesterday. Delays will leave our workforce vulnerable to forces beyond our control. But these structural threats are not the only challenges we face. Workers in the district grapple daily with stagnant wages, shrinking benefits, toxic workplace culture, unsafe working conditions, and external barriers like unaffordable housing, childcare, and healthcare, and more recently, the cost of food. These are not just workplace issues, they are community issues, and they affect the quality of life for our members and their families. In my role as FVP, I engage directly with leaders at all levels for our members. Over the past year, I've performed this role faithfully, navigating obstacles that often seem designed to wear us down. And while my efforts are sometimes met with silence, or be redirected to what I like to call the council's February 31st follow-up folder, I digress. Nevertheless, we all have a job to do. My role and the council's role intersect at two critical pillars: equity and service. Too often, however, these pillars don't stand together. This absence is glaring in DC's labor law, which are amongst the most anti-worker statutes in the nation. Let me highlight three particularly harmful laws. One, the lopsided management rights law that many of my colleagues have already discussed that tips the scale in favor of employers, limiting workers' ability to advocate for themselves effectively. Number two, the gag law that prevents union leaders like me from directly engaging with the public and rank and file members during negotiations, eroding trust and unity. And number three, the strike prohibition that dulls labor's sharpest tool, even when grievance systems and arbitrations fail to resolve disputes. Or disenfranchises unions with less financial resources. These laws create systems that prioritize expediency and control for management at the expense of fairness and equity for labor. They are functioning remnants of a toxic capitalist system dating back to the Industrial Revolution, one that never served the needs of workers or the realities of this city. When I said earlier that we all have a job to do, I meant it. My job is to fight for the rights and dignity of workers. The council's is to pass laws that foster fair conditions for all. Yet too often, this body claims to be pro-labor until it's time to pick up a pen and prove it. I've seen people show up at negotiations, speak passionately in favor of workers, but stop short of any legislative action to support such claims. It's easy to say that you support labor. It's harder to demonstrate it by creating laws that empower workers and strengthen unions and ensure a fair balance of power. Today, I'm calling on the council and any other committee members to make a choice. Either stop claiming to be pro-labor or start showing it in the laws that you write. The workers of this city deserve leaders who are willing to stand with them, not just in words, but in legislative deeds of good faith. The path forward is fraught with challenges, yet the goal is clear. We need legislative action that strengthens the bargaining power of unions, removes anti-labor barriers, and creates fair workplaces, and that work is in the hands of this body. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions as well as work in partnership with you and to see a true labor council.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Casa, I think your colleague who spoke before you heightened some of the concerns that we would have. I hear you wanting to make the legislation permanent. I did move it in temporary one more time in hopes that the Hotel Association and that the union would come to some agreement. Of course, the bill was written originally and continued to be the bill that we passed is gives the mayor the opportunity to come up with the regulations. And if I heard you correctly, you're saying that the regulations, you don't have them.
Nope,
Okay.
has expired.
All right. Well, that's very informative. So thank you. We will work on that because, as you said, this is a emergency legislation and temporary legislation that we passed.
Yeah.
So within a few months, we need to make sure that it is visited appropriately, one way or the other. Either we have it or we don't have it. So I thank you very much. But remember that this was legislation put in place during the health emergency. And we are outside of the health emergency now. So it could very well be that the issues that you have require a different approach. It may not be through this piece of legislation, but perhaps it could be through other, I don't know. But we're very happy to see what role the government would have in private sector given that we're no longer in the health emergency. And that's the part we have to remember. But I want to thank you very much for coming out and talking with us and helping us to understand the important role that Unite plays. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to I want to speak to Dr. Kofi. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will have partnership from not just this committee or the members of this council in trying to negotiate these issues that you mentioned. But I must say they are issues that will always be before us, to be very honest. That's the issue of management rights. That's something that we will hear throughout the government, the importance of management having the right to set some standards, and you, of course, you know this. So it's not, I don't see it going away. And then you mentioned the gag law. That's something that I think the government can work on. It can create an environment where there is more dialogue so that there's a clearer understanding between union and non-union, particularly union and management. So I think we can work on that. And then you mentioned strike position. Well, we've talked about that before, and that's something that we will have to continue to deliberate on and perhaps one day work towards. But it's certainly above my pay scale and your pay scale. So that's the truth of it on those issues that you mentioned. But I want to make sure that it's on the record where you are and the representation from your union. So thank you. I know you want to say more. Go right ahead.
I'd love to, thank you, Madam Bonds, to speak to your point about management rights. If I could underscore the word you use, some, I do understand the importance of managers having the ability to manage the systems in which they've been tasked to. However, if you look down the line of that long list of management rights and you compare it to employee rights, there's a very stark difference. And we would hope that the council would be able to see that stark difference, that lopsidedness, and address it where it's a more balanced approach. And speaking to the gag law, as a District of Columbia resident, one that relies on many of the systems that people have already testified about, it's highly disheartening that we send our kids to school, or sometimes there's fires in our neighborhoods, or we retain other services. But when these members are going to negotiate as a member of the public, and I'm relying on these systems, I don't have any knowledge of what's going on, what's being talked about, and I pay into that system. That's a problem. And to the strike prohibition, we've gone back and forth on that, and I will not rest on it. I believe that it is very important that we always return to the fact that when the laborer does not have the ability to withhold the labor service, that we have descended into some other type of draconian system that we should not be descending into. And we have the ability to pull ourselves out of that by removing that law.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you putting all of that on the record, 100%. And Ms. Williams, I want to really thank you for your testimony and the manner in which you have organized your concerns and the points that you are making. It seems to me that we need to, at least this committee needs to look a little closer at how the provisions that are the energy of what the Department of Human Resources does and how it looks at matters. And so you have a commitment to certainly get on top of that. It's in our committee. It's something we can work with. So I look forward to doing that immediately. And so I thank you for that. And we'll commit to getting back in touch with you. Probably give us to the end of next month.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
100%. 100%. Thank you. And to the president of the Firefighters Union, Mr. Hogman, I hear what you're saying, that you are now stuck and things have slowed down, but it's my understanding when whenever we go into arbitration, the bank closes, and we're in that situation with the FOP. And so we've got to talk to your buddies to move the issue along rather quickly so that you can get moving in your direction. So is there any ideas that you have as to how we could manage the system differently? Because it's standard operating procedure that when we go into arbitration with any union, it stops everything else.
Yeah, so I think, right, to your point, we love, I understand for budgeting purposes, we want to keep everything accounted for. So we keep everything involving compensation in this workforce development fund, right? So I think we either need to make commitments to put a larger amount of money in there so that we can manage more agreements at the same time. But, you know, some of these other bargaining units, right? They've been at impasse or they were close to impasse, right? So there was also the ability for them to continue negotiating with us prior to impasse being declared and the arbitration proceeding happening, right? So yes, it's comforting to know that now it's in the hands of a neutral arbitrator, right? But even after a neutral arbitrator, as you've heard all these other partner unions talk about, right? Then sometimes there's an arbitration review request in front of PER, or something else gets challenged, or it's stalled in some other way. And we shouldn't be having to go into that direction, right? We made some great strides with the Fair Compare Act. I understand there's a lot of challenges in the public safety space and recruiting and retaining employees. So we were very appreciative of your co-sponsorship of our drop bill. But while I'm a realist and I recognize that management would not want to give up management rights, to our conversations, I think there's room to clarify that statute. And I know we've discussed that and we've proposed prior legislation, but we're certainly open to an incremental approach because that statute is relatively clear, but they've turned the idea of the statute on its head and just as a baseline, just take broader reach with management rights and declare something management rights that's really beyond what the statute was intended to consider management rights. And I also just want to emphasize it's a real fiscal benefit to the district to negotiate agreements on time, because when they're retroactive, it costs a lot of money. And then it also becomes unfair as well because we have retroactive money that's owed and we get a response like, oh, well, it's more costly for us to go retro, but we can give you more money in out years. So then it's the fact that we're in retro is being used as a bargaining chip as an added layer on top of that. So I think it's either you need the willingness to look outside that workforce development fund or fund it more robustly if that's the decision that the executive has made for how they want to do things. Like, believe me, I recognize all of our challenges in this post-COVID economy, and we understand all of that. But even before COVID, we weren't negotiating these agreements on time. I've been on the job for 17 years. We've never not had a retro, and it's frustrating too because then it affects other fiscal forecasts like our retirement fund. There's built-in actuarial valuations to the retirement fund that they assume that there's going to be a 3% raise for everybody in the fund, right? And I think we've discussed this, but as soon as you cross over into retro, that 3% assumption is dropped, right? So then the money that we're putting into the fund looks even larger, when in reality, that's another area where we could clarify the statute to make sure that forecast remains in place so that we can better forecast, funding concerns in funding these retirement accounts.
I appreciate that. And I'm just wondering, I know we cannot do this today and we can't do it from the dais or anything like that, but it just seems to me we're at a point where maybe we can look at this issue of management rights. Maybe we need to have a task group where all of the unions are represented so that they can have a say. And we maybe construct something that might work. So why don't I try to work on that? And I think Ms. Williams would appreciate that as well, because it is an issue, and I understand what you're saying. And then there are issues that we of course have at the government level that we have to deal with. And with resources not going up, but leveling and to some degree maybe even tipping down. I mean, those are the realities that we have in our city at this point. And of course, finances can go up and down. So it's doesn't necessarily speak to there being any permanence, but we do need to take that into consideration. And that may be a part of why, we continue as a government to have retroactive contracting. It doesn't work the way we want it to work, but it is working. So we have to take that into consideration too. But I think it's time to have a, I know that over at the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, there is emphasis put on having coffee with the various presidents, but I think that we need to come together a little more. And so I certainly will be recommending that, because I think this is an important issue. When all is said and done, we, the government, DC government, it's all of us. And it's not, management over here and labor over there. We're all here. And we all have to work together to make sure that the community that we serve, in fact, does get the services. So I'm very anxious that we have something like this. So if you have some ideas, to those we haven't spoken with yet, if you have ideas, just drop me a little note and we're going to put something together and see where we can go with this. And that's for you too, Doctor. I want to hear from you too. I know I will.
I'm always happy to partner, Madam Chair Bonds.
Thank you. The doctor, by the way, everyone, is very effective. And now he sits outside my door. So if I go out for water or anything, he's there. And he's a reminder, got to do something about management rights. So thank you very much. And thank you for your lobbying effort. Thank you. It's effective. Thank you all very, very much. Okay. All right, good. So next we'll hear from Conti Gilliam, President of AFGE Local 2725, and Joseph Davis, who is also President of AFGE Local 1975. I believe he is here. And then we have Ms. Rebecca Barnes, who is with the Office of the Attorney General, representing AFGE Local 1403, and Mr. Gregory Kalaman, who is the Chief Shop Steward for AFGE Local 383. Ms. Barnes and Mr. Callaghan are both online. All right. And Mr. Gilliam, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is County Gilliam, President of AFGE Local 2725. I represent approximately over 1,300 district government employees from the Department of Buildings, the Department of Energy and Environment, the Department of Health, the Department of Housing and Community Development, the DC Housing Authority, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, the Office of State Superintendent, and the Rental Housing Commission. Today, I address the troubling state of labor relations in the district and the role this body has played in its decline. Government is meant to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. Yet, this council has strayed from that principle, failing to advance legislation that will level the playing field for the workforce. Instead of standing with the workforce that keeps the city functioning, the council has allowed management rights to overshadow collective bargaining, stripping labor of its ability to advocate effectively for our members. Management consistently uses these rights to avoid accountability. From punitive performance improvement plans to RIFs to assigning duties outside position descriptions, agencies exploit outdated provisions in DC official code. Labor's only recourse in packing effects bargaining has become an empty exercise. Agencies meet with labor, hear our concerns, and invoke management rights to dismiss compromise, perpetuating inequity instead of fostering solutions. Also, agencies have denied or delayed requests for information essential to resolving workplace disputes, citing dubious claims of privilege, or flat out refuse to comply with binding settlement agreements, or refuse to comply with the agreed timelines. These behaviors delay our ability to advocate for our members. Agencies also fail to provide timely responses to grievances and often fail to provide substantial answers. When a third party decides the government has overreached, agencies will frequently appeal the decision, wasting additional taxpayer dollars to delay resolution. These tactics erode trust and hinder the fair resolution of disputes. In one egregious case, a member was almost physically assaulted by their supervisor, a person with a documented history of instability, yet the agency failed to act decisively to protect its employees. But it's equally disturbing that in the hallways of labor, there's a common belief that this body, including this committee, has forgotten a fundamental civics lesson. The three branches of government are separate but equal. Yet this council has too often ceded its responsibility, enabling agencies to act with impunity. DC cannot continue to champion itself as a beacon of justice while ignoring the inequities faced by its own workforce. Legislation is needed to level the playing field between labor and management. Without it, the principles of fairness and equity will remain hollow promises for the thousands of public servants who dedicate their lives to these cities. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis?
Greetings, Councilwoman Bonds and fellow labor leaders. My name is Joey Davis, and I am the new president of AFGE Local 1975. We proudly represent employees at the District Department of Transportation, Department of Public Works, PEMA, Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of For-Hire Vehicles, as well as the crane drivers and vehicle operators at the Metropolitan Police Department. Together, our employees literally keep DC moving forward each and every day. While we are proud of the work we do each day for the district, we are also discouraged at the state of labor relations within the district. Our employees are routinely assaulted with little to no response from law enforcement and even less response from their agencies. There are shootings daily outside of our buildings, and those buildings do not even have shatterproof windows, no matter how many times we've asked for them to be installed. Managers and supervisors are shuffled into roles they are not qualified for and have no experience in, only to create chaos and confusion for employees and the general public. We, as city employees, are routinely overworked and underpaid. When Councilwoman Henderson visited my employees at DMV to hear their concerns, she indicated to us that council had been unaware of those issues because nobody ever provided testimony. For 2 years, we've continued to provide testimony. Repeatedly, we have reached out to council offices. In fact, Councilwoman Bonds, I contacted your office directly about looking into expanding OEA jurisdiction to cover probationary employees because agencies routinely manipulate and misuse probationary employees, but nobody ever bothered to respond. We have gone to the mayor's office. We have gone to Bega. We have gone to the media.
I know it.
Still, the same problems exist. Now it is your turn. Given the city's rhetoric on its self-inflicted financial crisis, which is a direct result of unsustainable real estate sales and development and irresponsible financial management, greenlit by the mayor and city council, we see the writing on the wall with our ongoing comp negotiations. It spells trouble for us, but you can help. We must overhaul the climate and culture in each and every one of our agencies. And we must ensure a fairly negotiated contract that treats district workers with respect and dignity, the same way that they perform their services daily. You are elected in part to provide oversight to these agencies, and the workers of the District of Columbia need you to do just that. Instead, council has allowed the mayor to shuffle unqualified administrators from one agency to another. Council has allowed directors to lie to them and bloat their management ranks, while our workers have more and more responsibilities thrust upon them. Council has allowed inefficient and outdated processes and technologies to create frustration among employees, and those same deficits have resulted in the loss of life to the general public. It is our position that under the current administration, the state of labor relations within the District of Columbia is dismal at best. The city is failing its employees across the board, but it does not have to be this way. Instead, council needs to start speaking directly with labor leaders and our employees on a regular basis. These are the people who do this work each day, and I guarantee you they have valuable insight into the legislative proposals and such that you wish to put forward. Council needs to practice real oversight when it comes to these agencies, the kind that comes with teeth. Otherwise, there will be a continuous waste of taxpayer money on ridiculous ideas like red top meters, instead of using it to provide employees with safe, productive environments to continue their service. So we invite you and your colleagues on council to begin a long-lasting relationship with each of the many locals in our great city. To facilitate that, our local is creating a council liaison that will work with each of your offices if you're willing to work with us. We'd also like you to come and speak directly to our members at a time that's convenient for you. We know that you will learn a lot of valuable information from them, and I'm sure that they would appreciate your commitment to the job that they do each day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, I believe we have online Ms. Barnes, AFGE 1403. Okay, all right.
Pardon me. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. Thank you so much for inviting us to this roundtable and allowing us to present our testimony. I am Rebecca Barnes. I'm the Vice President of AFG Local 1403, which is the union for DC government attorneys. Local 1403 represents more than 300 line attorneys that serve in the Office of the Attorney General and across the executive agencies of the District of Columbia. I want to discuss 3 issues today that directly impact our members. First of all, I'd like to update the committee on the status of our collective bargaining agreement. I want to take a moment here briefly to thank you and your staff for your support during this process, including the attendance at one of our mediation sessions. We recently reached an agreement on our collective bargaining agreements with management after more than 2 years of negotiations. This comes after the last cost of living update that our membership received back in 2022. As such, we're asking that the council act as expediently as possible to approve this agreement so that our membership can receive their long overdue pay increases without undue delay. Failure to provide any sort of cost of living adjustments, even for a long time after we've agreed to exact figures, makes it more difficult for our members to make ends meet, especially in this environment with rising inflation. And this has the unfortunate effect of driving talented attorneys away from the district. Second, I want to highlight an issue that's been ongoing for a few years, the issue of paid family leave. As I'm sure you're aware, currently district employees only receive 8 weeks of paid leave, while other district residents receive 12. This is a regular source of confusion and frustration for our members, and we hope that a full 12 weeks of leave can be fully funded and made available in the near future. The last thing I want to bring up is we want to commend specifically the management at the Office of the Attorney General for continuing to be a partner to this union. AFG 1403 has a long history of productive dialogue with OAG, where they've included us in key decisions. While we don't always agree with the final policy results, we know that management at OAG always listens to us and genuinely considers our suggestions. And we have a great working relationship with OAG, and they should be commended for their efforts to ensure labor peace. This tradition has continued with OAG's inclusion of Lion attorneys in the current interview panels for 2 deputy level positions in recent hiring panels, and this has been greatly appreciated by AFG membership. And thank you so much again for allowing us to present our testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now I believe, do we have? Okay, we have Mr. Gregory Kalman representing AFGE 383.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee, and fellow labor leaders. I would like to have been there in person, at least have my camera on, but I'm having some technical difficulty. But my name is Greg Kaufman, and I serve as the Executive Vice President and Chief Shop Steward for AFGE Local 383. Our union represents 380 district government employees across several agencies, including the Department on Disability Services, Department of Behavioral Health, Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Department of Health, DC Library Police, and the Department of Building. As the Chief Shop Steward, I want to highlight significant issues impacting our members, some of which are highlighted by specific, they are either specific to individual agencies or highlighted as a result of my interaction with individual agencies. Before addressing these concerns, I'd like to express my gratitude to the leadership of DDS. As an employee of DDS, I have observed a consistent willingness to collaborate with union, both in structured and impromptu settings, to address and resolve issues. And while we may not always agree, their approach exemplifies a model for effective labor management partnership, and that is not to diminish the efforts of the other agencies. Councilmember Bonds, I heard you say that your committee speaks to job creation and retention in the district, and this testimony speaks just to issues surrounding that. And I wanted to urge the council to take a look at DYRS's policies, specifically those focusing on employee safety, financial accountability, and agency efficiency. In FY24, DYRS experienced a mass exodus of tenured employees due to flawed implementation of a tool called the YLS. Though staff raised several concerns about to roll out, these warnings were ignored, and until union intervention persuaded DYRS to engage directly with the tool's developer instead of relying on an unaffiliated contractor to provide training to staff. Mismanagement of the tool during the 2-year rollout disrupted the efficiency of operations in the agency, interfered with the efficiency of case management staff, not allowing them to perform their primary duties as effectively as possible, which are to manage youth offenders who are part of the juvenile justice system. And this delay in how the YLS was used and paying the contractor, it effectively wasted taxpayer funds. In addition, DYRS placed an employee on administrative leave for an entire year. That employee's salary was approximately $90,000, costing taxpayer dollars, lost manpower. And it was because that person placed a comment in their notes, which made it appear that the employee engaged in something that it was proven that the person did not. And at the minimum, DYRS never asked the employee, what were you attempting to communicate by this statement in your notes? And the person sat at home for an entire year. Though the hearing officer exonerated the charges of that person, the DYRS director, when reinstating the person, placed them on a 5-day suspension, further depriving youth of qualified staff to work with them. Okay. Additionally, employee safety is concerned at DYRS. They moved a group home next to a property rented by a case manager with a youth on that person's caseload in the home. Despite the concerns regarding safety raised by the person and the union, DYRS failed to act. About approximately a month after this was brought to their attention, the group home and the person's home had gunfire. That person was forced to resign from that position for safety concerns, depriving, again, the youth of someone who wanted to work with them and truly loved their position. Additionally, DYRS has a search procedure when entering into secured facilities, which is in direct violation of the mayor's sexual harassment order, as it mandates a pat down of staff, of district government staff by staff. And when we're talking about the sexual harassment policy, there's a union's position that it really needs to be revised and revamped to prevent misuse and weaponization by management. And I know that I'm short on time, so I'm trying to speed up here. And so I wanted to highlight some issues at DBH that really, brought these concerns to light. A long-serving member, district resident, was terminated with no prior misconduct, was terminated for tapping a colleague on the leg during a conversation. That colleague that person was seated. The colleague was directly in front of him. The employee apologized immediately. During the investigation, the employee brought forth concerns about the colleague's behavior, including a suspicion of drug intoxication during the occurrence, and the unprofessional hiring practice by their supervisor, who was the director of the Substance Use and Disorders program at DBH. Specifically, the employee-led director conducted recruitment activities at an illegal marijuana retailer operating out of the district, where that director patronized and hired this person for their current position at DBH. This was proven to be correct during the investigation. However, despite that, DBH allowed that manager who was exposed to summarily dismiss the employee. All of this despite, even though all of this occurred, the director of DBH committed a similar offense that I witnessed on a union official during a meeting, engaging in unsolicited contact with that union official. The details are within the testimony that has been submitted. And so with that said, I just believe that there needs to be a review and revision of the district's sexual harassment policy to prevent misuse and ensure consistency in the application, and ensure agencies ensure disciplinary procedures related to the policies are in line with the district's model for progressive discipline. In addition, updated training to include live instruction, allowing staff to discuss nuanced situations and receive guidance would greatly help and reduce any misconceptions regarding the policy and provide clarity that is needed to be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your willingness to put all of this on the record. You know, I know it's kind of hard to sometimes to hear these things. And of course, when you present it at this level, I'm certainly listening, and I think you've given the community the opportunity to listen. And these are matters that we want to work on and to get some clearance so that no employee is put in a situation where they spend a year on administrative leave and collect a salary and not have an opportunity to work or to move to another, perhaps another discipline. And so that is of great concern, at least to this committee. And on your sexual harassment policy concern, as you know, this committee prepared a bill. And the way it works in this government, the bill was referred to 2 committees. And so I'm waiting for the other committee, or have been waiting for the other committee to transmit it to my committee so that we can move on it. We put in place a number of points, but I appreciate hearing about this situation where the harassment policies, either through a mayor's order or even if we have a law, an act that we all must follow, it could sometimes cause misuse. And we want to make sure that that is not the case. So I appreciate hearing from you on that. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to, and thank you very much, Ms. Barnes, for your testimony today. I am going to talk a little bit to Mr. Gilman and to Mr. Davis. And Mr. Gilman, thank you very much. I hear where you are. I know this issue of management rights is something that we have to work on, and I hope that you would be a part of where we need to go in order to have labor, you know, and the government to sort of sit down and talk about how we can have a more beneficial process towards this.
Well, I am entirely open to that, but I want to give yourself, Madam Chair, something that's really creates real caution within me. We do this every day. We meet with agency directors. We meet with the MSS staff. Our goal is to always take care of someone at the lowest level possible. But when you are constantly faced with no, 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 then my responsibility as president of my labor organization is to advocate and protect my members. And it gets into this continuous cycles where they invoke management rights every time. And some of these, I got to be honest to the public and yourself, it is being abused. And the only way to correct it, it has to be amended. But my local will be there front and center, because my primary goal as president is to ensure that my members get equal employment rights and they're treated in a fair and equitable manner.
I appreciate that, and that is your goal, and it has to be your goal as representative of your union. Can you give me a sense of what your membership is for your local?
As it relates to my collective bargaining unit size, we have approximately 1,323. And as of last night, we have approximately 1,043 members that are actual union members of my labor organization.
All right. And this is for the Department of Health, Housing Authority, Department of Buildings, all of those agencies that you mentioned.
Yes, I have a total of 8 agencies that fall under my logo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Davis, approximately how many employees are in your union?
We also have approximately 1,300 in total, and our current active member list is 1,070.
All right, active. Okay, great. All right, and thank you also for your testimony. I hear you, and like you, this committee is kind of new. Okay, I wasn't here 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And in my new capacity, I plan on serving the city, which includes this government, and that means the employees as well. So that's my commitment to this work. I'll be looking at some of your testimony. I don't think you submitted it in writing.
No, I'll get that to you.
Okay, that would be great. And I think also, Mr. Gillum, we don't have yours.
It should have just been uploaded. It's been
Okay.
uploaded now.
All right, thank you. Thank you both so very much. I'm trying to create a new day. My history in this city and in the city government has been one of bringing people together for the common purpose, and that's the good of the community. And I'm still on that mission. And so I don't know a lot about your unions. And I don't want to step over any forbidden line, but I am a proactive. And some will say I may have come out of the union movement. We won't even talk about that. Okay. But I will tell you that where there is a lack of trust, there is a problem. Where we are feeling that we're not able to move ahead is a problem. And where we have employees that are not getting things done, that's a problem. So we need to look at that. And we need to look at it in earnest. And my point in mentioning where we are in finances is really to bring to the table, this is not my world or your world, it's our world. And we've got to figure out how we're going to make this work. And you have a contract. I don't know I have not on purpose looked at the provisions of your contracts. And I will not do that at this point. But what I want to do is to have us to talk about these areas of real disagreement and see what we can construct, sort of as recommendations that move forward to the operating side of government. The council has a responsibility to look at the budget last, the budget that ultimately goes to Congress. The council also has a responsibility to draft legislation that will help the government move forward, continue to move forward. And that's about it. We don't run anything. We really and truly do not. That's the executive side of government. And that's where you come in, because that's where you are. And so you're really running the government. And we're just trying to make sure that the resources are there at the council level. So I just wanted to be clear from my perspective as to what my role is. But I'm here with you, and I'm going to see what we can do to make it feel better and to make it really work better. So that's my commitment.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. My last comment, then I'll end it with this. I appreciate your thoughts and as it relates to the matter, but I'm of a stance of I believe in what I was trained in when I was in elementary school and middle school, and I said it in my testimony. There's three separate branches of government, and they all separate but equal. And sometimes, and I tell us what agency officials I talk to every day when I'm discussing labor matters, it's got to be an accountability piece in there. And we will actually work with you to ensure that we're engaged in effective partnership. But if that fails, from my local, we're gonna be looking for the accountability phase.
And my commitment is that you will get that. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Councilwoman, we also understand the importance of a balanced and fair budget that works for everybody. We would just encourage you in your role to ensure that that is not done on the backs of city workers.
I will do my best, most definitely. Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Our next panel. What happened now? It's Wayne's last name. Oh, that's how you got in this one. Okay, all right. Okay, we have some, all right. Our next panel we will have the president of ASME Local 2743, Felicia Dantzler. And I believe we have the executive director of ASME Council 20, Wayne Inoch. And, okay, and then we're gonna skip down to our panel 5, who is Christopher Bonetti, who is the training, Who? Oh, Mr. Slade is here. All right. All right, we'll skip down to Mr. Christopher Bonetti, who is the training director for the Washington DC Joint Plumbers Apprenticeship Committee, and we'll also include Mr. Arthur Slade, who is the vice president of ASME Local 2743. And who is online? All right. Okay, Ms. Dantzler is on video. So we'll take you first. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds.
Yes, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Felicia Dantzler. I am the president of ASME Local 2743. I represent approximately over 200 members from the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, the Department of Buildings, as well as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I'm writing to bring to your attention the alarming experiences my members are facing in a work environment that is increasingly hostile toward union representation. Many of our members have reported experiencing retaliation for exercising their union rights, and it is disheartening to see that management has often colluded with each other to support such unlawful behavior. While it appears on the surface that agency heads may care about these matters, the reality is that they frequently choose to turn a blind eye or avoid involvement altogether. This negligence can no longer be tolerated. It is imperative that we establish swift accountability mechanisms within our organizations. Agency heads must make a clear and decisive stand against retaliation, openly stating that such actions will not be tolerated, and those managers who retaliate will face serious repercussions. The mayor has publicly positioned this administration as labor-friendly. However, the current practice suggests otherwise. There exists a persuasive mindset about management that fosters hostility toward union involvement, which must change. Our members have every right to communicate with the union to seek improvements in their workplace without fear of being targeted or retaliated against. Unfortunately, there are supervisors who take this outreach personally. leading to punitive actions against hardworking employees simply striving to secure what they rightfully deserve, not only for themselves, but also for their families. We seek your commitment to foster a culture of respect for labor's rights within our organizations. What concrete actions can your office take to initiate this change? We believe that leading by example and promoting a workplace environment where every employee feels safe to seek union support is crucial for our shared success. And I want to say that the rest of this is not in my written statement, but I share the sentiments of my colleagues as they speak about the workplace compensation disparities when it comes to quality step increases. I heard you say earlier, as my colleagues spoke on management rights, because there is a law doesn't mean that it makes it good law. There's a reason why Fair Housing Act had come about, the Civil Acts Right came about, as well as the 15th Amendment. Those laws had to be enacted because there were social injustices that were being placed upon people of color, women, and all minorities. You also stated that you are committed to trying to create a new day. And there's an exercise that I put before many folks who have made statements like that they're trying to do something. I give this exercise to you. Try and pick up your cell phone. Either you're going to do it or you're not. If this is a labor-friendly city, organization, government, as the mayor is saying, then we need to have frank conversations, and we need to see movement from panels, from tribunals who have the right to say yes. I don't think it's fair that management comes before the city council. They talk about their matrix that they are actually reaching. But when it comes down to quality step increases based off of my members' performance, we have managers who are lowballing our members' overall score to purposefully prevent them from getting a quality step increase, taking monies out of their pockets to better their situation for their families. So me, as president of Local 2743, I'm very much comfortable in talking about all the isms, the racism, the sexism, the favoritism, the cronyism that fully exist in all of these agencies. I thank you for your time. If you have any additional questions or concerns, I'm here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. And now, Mr. Slade, you're here. Yes, okay. All right.
Yes, I'm
We'll
like
take
a
your
bad penny. I'm
testimony.
like a bad penny. I always turn up.
All right, excellent.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Anita Bonds, as well as any attending council members. My name is Arthur Slade, Vice President and Shop Steward of AFSCME Local 2743. The Comprehensive Merit and Personnel Act of 1978, CMPA, was enacted as one of the founding tenets of the District of Columbia by establishing that collective bargaining was in the best interest of its workforce. In addition, DC Code subsection 161701 states the following. A, the District of Columbia government finds and declares that an effective collective bargaining process is in the general public interest and will improve the morale of public employees and the quality of service to the public. With that being said, it appears that there's a disconnect between labor and management when it comes to recognizing rights afforded to union employees within the CMPA, specifically the fundamental right outlined within subsection 161704, unfair labor practices for protected activities defined within the subchapter of the code. For example, in August of 2024, the Department of Buildings Deputy Director, Caroline Leanne, resigned from her position as a result of the non-disclosure of working multiple full-time jobs over approximately a 2-year period. While disconcerting on its face for the obvious egregious misconduct of this former DOB official, the former deputy director was also directly involved in personnel actions immediately impacting union members housed at at DOB, which begs the question, how can an individual knowingly misrepresent themselves as a full-time management employee with the District of Columbia be involved in personnel actions resulting in the termination of employees? In addition, while labor organizations negotiate through their collective bargaining agreements, certain CBAs afford compensation which may fall outside of the compensation portion of the contract. This may include performing additional duties not outlined within their position description, which are captured by management in some instances as other duties as assigned, thus negating compensation afforded to union members under the working conditions portion of the contract. The last several years have impacted the economic climate of not only the District of Columbia, but also the global economy. Fortunately, the district economy was stabilized with approximately $1.8 billion appropriated through the American Rescue Plan Act. The union workers of the district should be rewarded with compensation reflective of their additional duties initiated by management, not in some cases antiquated position descriptions that may have not been updated and or reclassified encompassing all of the functions of that employee. In 1968, 1,300 Black sanitation workers went on strike due to the deaths of two of their co-workers due to the malfunctioning of a garbage truck, which led to their enrollment in AFSCME in Memphis, Tennessee. Unfortunately, this act of unity came at the expense of the life of Dr. Martin Luther King, who was assassinated while supporting these Black sanitation workers for better working conditions. I would ask you, Councilmember Bonds, and your colleagues on the DC Council, support the union's efforts for a collaborative culture with management on both compensation and working conditions. Thank you, Councilmember, for your leadership in spearheading these public roundtable discussions concerning the state of labor within the District of Columbia. In closing, I would just like to mention, you mentioned earlier to the Washington Teachers Union about community schooling. I'm a product of community schoolings. I'm a DCPS graduate and a 25-year plus resident in Ward 5 and taxpayer. And I fully support some type of dialogue to ensure that are we giving these children what they need to be successful in the future. I'm not going to be here and you're not going to be here either. So we need to make sure our community is supported by the council so that people like ourselves can continue the legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Enoch? Good afternoon. How are you? Representing Council 20, AFSCME.
Yes,
I'm very
ma'am.
familiar with that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks again for creating this forum as a DC resident, not just as a labor leader. We appreciate you taking the time to hear us out because it is important for the district residents to have a good workforce. Again, my name is Wayne Enoch, and I am the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 20. Prior to serving in this capacity, I was an employee of the District of Columbia at Child and Family Services for 30 years. I've also been a dedicated servant in various labor leadership roles since 2005. AFSCME Council 20 is the exclusive representative of more than 18,000 collective bargaining unit employees throughout DC and Virginia, to include but not limited to both the federal and private sector. We also provide a vast number of government services to the citizens of the District of Columbia. Amongst the multitude of work we perform, the citizens in the District of Columbia rely on our collective bargaining unit members to protect their children, assist with their education, protecting their lives and environments through collecting trash, protecting the communities by providing services at public libraries while ensuring children can safely get to school, and meals for youth in detention are being provided. Because of the work we perform, it is imperative that the district employ competent individuals who work in a safe environment and receive fair compensation. It is also important that they are able to live and retire in a respectable manner, reflecting their service to this city. Council 20 is on a mission to help the district accomplish these goals by negotiating contracts and advocating for legislation that supports our members and the public. We also thrive to work with district managers and labor management partnerships and leaders in discussions such as this roundtable. But when necessary, we fight for the enforcement of what has been negotiated. I was glad to be informed about this very important and necessary discussion. It is important that district leaders know about the workplace environment, but it is also important that the public is informed as well. The public must know about issues such as staff morale, turnover, and low-paying jobs, because these matters impact the services they receive. They need to know that unions are in a position to help by advocating for our members. Going forward, Council 20 is hopeful that this committee and the council will be able to help us move into 2025 with goals to negotiate contracts that have expired or will expire in the coming year, and to further organize the district's workforce. Currently, we are waiting to negotiate a contract for paraprofessional and clerical staff at DCPS through Local 2921, bus drivers and bus attendants at OSSI through Local 1959, and multiple agencies that fall under the umbrella of Compensation Units 1 and 2. The contracts with DCPS and OSSI have expired, and Comp 1 and 2 expires at the end of this fiscal year. Requests to negotiate have been submitted for all three workforces. We implore you to help us get to the table for these contract negotiations. The employees under Local 2921 and 1959 continue to be some of the most underpaid individuals in the district's workforce. Although we are aware that there is a commitment to prioritize employees that work in the schools, these employees deserve attention and sincere efforts to get contracts completed sooner, not later. As you know, recruiting and retaining school bus drivers and aides is a struggle nationwide. To retain and recruit the best workforce, compensation and working conditions must improve. I am one of the co-chief negotiators for Comp Units 1 and 2, which consists of the largest and most diverse universal bargaining unit employees in the district. This unit requires the district to devote a considerable amount of time and funding to negotiating. Although wages are a major driving point, there are other benefits in the contract that should be in the minds of the council. These include Metro benefits and retirement. When the last contract was negotiated, some of our members had 2 days telework. However, after the pandemic, many of our members had their telework reduced to 1 day a week. As with anything, the cost of riding Metro has increased, but benefits remain $50 per month. Outside of the contract, there was legislation to provide a $100 monthly benefit to DC residents. Although this initiative has not taken place, it is an indicator of the increased cost of riding Metro. This legislation should be reconsidered and include DC government employees. The initiative would decrease the cost of implementing Comp Units 1 and 2's contract, making funds available for other much needed benefits. Comp Units 1 and 2 also need your attention to the district's retirement plan. The current plan does not allow employees to have a predictable retirement income that would allow them to comfortably retire in the district or even in the surrounding jurisdictions. Like how the district advocates capital improvement funds, it should do the same to fund a secure pension retirements for its employees. With the increase in the cost of living, the cost of buying and renting in DC, the funding of the employer assistant housing program is important as well. If the district is going to retain and attract the best employees, the benefits of being an employee must improve. Agencies need increased oversight on how they hire and promote employees. I regularly receive complaints about career ladder promotions, bonuses, and reclassifications. Employees feel that promotions are often provided based on favoritism. Recently, we won a case at arbitration because of an agency's failure to promote as the contract requires. We continue to resolve these issues without legislations at times. However, this is often a struggle. Sometimes the problem is budgetary. However, even with funding, we see promotions given based on factors outside of the criteria for career ladders. Another fight includes an agency's attempt to silence a union official who represented an employee during a performance improvement plan meeting. The agency would not allow the official to speak and advocate for the member. Ultimately, our member failed the PIP, leading to an adverse disciplinary action. PERB upheld the right to representation, but agencies need to receive increased scrutiny and training regarding the rights of employees. Nationwide, there are high approval ratings for unions in general and AFSCME specifically. Council 20 is poised to increase our existing membership and create new bargaining units within DC government and other employers. We are attracting a lot of attention from unorganized areas and plan to get them organized in 2025. It is our goal to negotiate compensation and working conditions for more district employees. I intend to keep this committee or any planned new committee that is implemented about any struggles that we encounter. I look forward to your continued support in fostering a thriving labor relations environment in DC government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think we also have Mr. Christopher Bonatti from the Washington, D.C. Joint Plumbing Apprenticeship Committee. You're here. All right. Thank you. And we'll take your testimony. You're ready, sir.
Dear Council Chair Bonds and other council members and meeting attendees, this is going to be a little bit different than what you've heard so far today, mostly positive. The Washington, D.C. Joint Plumbing Apprenticeship was chartered in Washington, D.C. on September 4th, 1944. Next year, we're going to celebrate 80 years in the form in which we currently exist, but my union has existed for 134 years. It has been my pleasure and blessing to be a 20-year member of our union and to be on the cusp of my 6th year as training director for our apprenticeship. My ties to the plumbing and gas fitting work in the area have encompassed 2/5 of my life and counting. Our union's motto is plumbers protect the health of the nation, and that is something all of our apprentices learn to take pride in and hold dear. And this is not in my testimony, but my father was an AFSCME member, and my mother was a Washington, D.C. union teacher who helped start the Heads Up program in D.C. Craft apprenticeship as a practical way of passing on skills that take a long time to learn and hone and much of a lifetime to master can be traced back to Babylon and ancient Greece. In the Middle Ages of Europe and Africa, the practice was used to train wrights, smiths, tailors, bakers, soldiers, and more to ensure that knowledge was not lost and communities could prosper and grow in size and skill. Those practices came to the fledgling American colonies as Europeans brought those trades with them. The practice waxed and waned over 250 years, but as skilled trades were needed more, as new immigrants came to build the U.S., unions grew and organized workers to protect their crafts and the training thereof. Under the National Labor Relations Act, or the Wagner Act, and the National Apprenticeship Act, or Fitzgerald Act, both of 1935, the rules of organizing an apprenticeship were codified for the country. Today, a skilled trade apprenticeship offers opportunities to those who seek to better themselves, their families, even their regions, for themselves and their community. Our apprenticeship and others like it offer an opportunity to earn a living wage while learning a skilled trade. During that apprenticeship, our recruits are trained in plumbing, gas fitting, and pipe fitting, but also in trade math, physics, chemistry, and the history of our trade. They learn not just the what's and hows, but the whys and the why nots. We create self-sustaining critical thinkers who build and maintain the places where DC, Maryland, and Virginia residents live, learn, work, and play. Our first-year apprentices start at $23.06 an hour without necessarily having any experience or applicable hard skill set, but because of this, we expect much from them. We expect reliability and punctuality. We expect full focus during their 8 hours of weekly class time. We expect that during their 32 hours or more of job site work for our contractors, they will give their full attention to their on-site training, journey workers, their work crews, and everyone's safety, all to foster productivity while not sacrificing craftsmanship. Our industry's trained instructors and journey workers expect apprentices to ask intelligent questions, to not make the same mistake twice, to follow directions, to request clarification if needed, and to do all the work quickly and efficiently. We recruit heavily from the district, and those residents can benefit as much or more than apprentices recruited throughout the rest of the region. They leave their positive mark on new K through 12 schools, updated colleges and universities. They might get to build a new NICU expansion for children's or build a new library or community center. They might update the Kennedy Center or a Smithsonian building, a Phillips collection, or a National Museum of African American History and Culture. They might add to the Supreme Court or fix the Pentagon, repair the Washington Monument. They positively impact the operation of the buildings seen and appreciated across the country and the globe. In other words, they can fill their hearts with pride as they fill their bank accounts. However, DC residents have unique hurdles on top of the child care struggles and natural occurring family obligations of all of our apprentices. Transportation is one of the biggest hurdles we run into. But as apprentices earn a $2.56 raise every 6 months, the ability to purchase a new car gets closer each raise as long as they can have some amount of transportation to start. Returning citizens have struggled to find a home in skilled trades, but I pressured my JTC to eliminate that hurdle years ago. Now we help countless former inmates take the positive path that we offer to all apprentices. We are working with multiple community groups, government and non-governmental, to enable DC residents to exceed in our apprenticeship, but we can always use help on those efforts. Our Journey Worker graduates earn a minimum of $106,000 per year, 6 figures. With benefits added in, that total hits over $154,000 annually, and that includes health insurance, a pension, retirement savings plan, and that's how you change a household, be it in Northern Virginia, Southern Maryland, or Southeast DC. That is without tuition and over 5 years of training. That is how you change a life trajectory. That is, and with that, a family, and then a home. And with a few homes, you can change a street, and with a few streets, you can change a neighborhood. So that positive change and forward progress is what we bring to all of Washington, D.C., the surrounding Metro Washington region with our tried and tested program. So we like what we do. We're doing it the best we can, and we're always open to more support. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. Mr. Bonani, I wanted to ask you a little bit about this testimony because can you give me some idea as to the number of DC residents that you consider current day apprenticeship?
Okay, so out of 300, we're running about 10%, so that's 30, but that's a number that we try to get up every year.
All right, and the other apprentice that you have, the 270, they are from, as you say, Southern Maryland and Virginia.
Essentially, Northern Virginia, Maryland, that is west of 97, but we have apprentices that come from Pennsylvania and even West Virginia.
All right, okay, so yours is okay. So from this region, Northern Virginia, and let's say the immediate counties of Maryland, what numbers do you are within this 270? Just trying to get an idea.
So as far as folks that are just in those areas,
Yes,
DC, Maryland,
yes,
and Virginia,
that-
I would say that out of 200, it's 200 and there's only about 2 apprentices that are coming from Pennsylvania and West Virginia. So
Okay.
everybody but.
You knew where I was going.
Yes,
Thank you very
sure.
much. Okay. I appreciate hearing that. And so the apprentice program that you have takes 5 years.
Mhm.
And within this program, you indicated that the apprentice are able to earn $2.60 some cents every 6 months, is it?
Correct. Starting with the 2306 per hour, they get that
Yes.
$2.56 every 6 months.
Yes. And of the 30 from the district, are you able to retain them? Is that the number you started with? Let's say, when did they start? Like last year or?
They started in September.
Of this year?
Correct.
All right. And so you started with 30 and you still have 30?
We may have lost one so
Okay.
far.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like a program that is really getting things done.
We have support from groups like DC Office of Apprenticeship, DC Office of Employment Services. They appreciate what we do and our success rate, so they support us in every way possible. We also work with groups like So Others May Eat, because they do pre-apprenticeship and they do vetting. And we work with groups like Pillars of Success. So some of these are faith-based, some of these are neighborhood-based, but they're all designed to funnel residents into our program or the other 14 trade apprenticeships that serve DC.
All right, well, thank you. So how does the Department of Employment Services assist you in this work?
Well, for one thing, they regulate our apprenticeship. So we have to hold our standards to their standard, and they come in and check on us once a year to make sure we're doing everything that we say we're going to do. We tend to have the fastest approval rate out of all of the other trade apprenticeships. They book us for 2 days, and it usually takes them 45 minutes to go through our records.
All right, and so are your apprentice enrolled at all in the Infrastructure Academy, or is it you're operating separately?
We are operating separately. We tend to be almost exclusively commercial and industrial plumbing and gas fitting.
All right, and the training that you provide, it sounds like it requires the apprentice to have a vehicle or access to a vehicle. Is that to get to the training location, and is that in outside of the district?
We're just over the border in Lanham. So we have our training center there, but our jurisdiction is essentially from the Naval Academy to Dulles, and from Urbana, which is south of Frederick, down to Pax River Base. So it's a large squished diamond, but the epicenter is always DC. Now, sometimes there's a huge amount of work in DC. Right now, there's a bunch in Northern Virginia where the tech centers are going. Sometimes it's PG County, sometimes it's Montgomery County. So over the course of my 20 years, I've seen it move about every 4 years and watch it shift. But we always have work in DC, and that work is some of the most critical that we've got.
All right. And so then do you anticipate being a part of the PLA that we are subscribing to? Okay,
Yes,
you do.
we do.
All right. And so you're then telling me you will have DC residents working inside DC on this important project.
We have always tried to make, we never have all the DC residents that we want, but I'm doing everything I can to start them at year one with our program.
All right. And so are you telling me that you think you'll need more than 30 DC resident apprentice on this job?
All I can say is that every DC resident that we bring in is employed almost immediately because they're already needed by the time I get to them. So the short answer is yes.
All right, thank you. I hope you'll keep me informed. As you know, DOES is in this committee as well, so I'm very, very concerned that we are getting done what we need to get done, and concerned about, First Source as well, concerned about how the PLA is going to work, recognizing that PLAs generally costs a government or an entity a little more because of what I want to make sure that we use the quality materials and employee base, and certainly have DC employees, and that the PLA, strangely enough, this time doesn't cost the government more. Do you think that's possible?
I have enough trouble with the finances of my own apprenticeship, so I try not to look beyond that. I will say that the First Source efforts of DC have put DC residents to work in a way that they should have always been working, and a PLA will expand on that, and it'll ensure quality work, and it'll ensure DC residents getting paid a living wage. That's number one.
All right, well, that is number one, but it also is with an understanding that since PLAs usually cost more, that let's say if it's 100 million, project, I'm not sure we'll have 150 million.
That's fair.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for that. Mr. Slade, I wanted to thank you for your testimony and being on point with me about community schools especially. I believe in community schools too, so maybe there's a way for us to look at that in the new normal, as we have called it, since the pandemic, and get some of the results we want. I know that's outside of the discussion, the labor that you represent, but I just wanted to, make sure we continue to talk to you about that in the event you have some ideas that we might be able to expound on.
Yes, I mean, I just, through my travels, I hear a troubling narrative that there are no qualified District of Columbia residents that can work in the private sector or the public sector. It's seemingly as though they don't exist, and that the DC public school system doesn't produce qualified future employees. And what was troubling with the testimony earlier was that the Washington Teachers Union has this impact, which seems to be an inhibitor into them educating the children. And that's problematic. And it's outside of my testimony, but as a district resident and a DCPS graduate, I find that very troubling, because there are extenuating circumstances. Because when I was coming through school, I came through school during the crack era. So I saw firsthand how debilitating the lack of structure in a household could be, and teachers, and my experience was more of a communal setting. At that time, it wasn't take a test on day one. The teachers actually had time to talk to you and interact with you and even engage you to a point that they don't have now. So that was just something I felt compelled to mention at the end of my testimony.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Densler, thank you for, I know I'm going to hear from you, and I know if we are able to get this task group together, that I've got to win Mr. Gilman's trust so that he believes that we can come together and really get something done. So I don't know what my boundaries are. I'm sure I'll learn along the way, but I'm willing to press the boundaries so that we can at least put these issues on the table collectively, and see if we can't get a more meaningful resolution so that we as a community, the government, are coming together to make better products. So I'll just leave it at that, better products. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bonds. We know that some of these conversations will not be comfortable, but in order for us to get to a better place, we're going to have some trouble conversations, but I am very hopeful. And I look forward to working with you and your staff to improve the working conditions for our members.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Denote. You gave us some real detailed information that will help us when we have this body. Now, I know you all are looking like, I don't believe we're going to have a body. We're going to have a body, okay? We're going to have a body, okay? And we'll see what kind of authority we have to have in order for the body to be meaningful. And I'll be very, very frank with you. I have not spoken to any of the so-called labor management organizations. They are in this committee. So I feel comfortable in saying that we can have, a better dialogue around these issues. So that's where I'm going. And with whatever authority vested in me, that's how I'm trying to move this agenda so that we can have this discussion. So I thank you very, very much.
Just one comment, sorry, Wayne, that what Wayne mentioned about the concerns, because Wayne is the executive director and he's highly involved in hearing the concerns of the members, is that the management rights that have been repeatedly mentioned up here are used as a leverage technique. And I would just equate it to absolute power corrupts absolutely. Because if that's your go-to mechanism to thwart any type of engagement with labor, that's problematic within itself. Sorry, Wayne, not to
Thank
cut
you
off.
for that.
I was just gonna thank you. I'm on point with everything Arthur just said.
All right,
We
thank
look
you.
forward to working with you, and I believe
You too.
you'll come through for us. I
I
really
will.
do, and I plan on following up with you in the new year.
Please do. Yes, I'm looking forward and pull Mr. Gilman in so he, okay, I want him,
Yes, ma'am.
want him to become a believer in the system that we are going to, pull together to make a difference.
Okay.
All right.
Will do.
Listen, we can't do it without you. I deal in numbers, and I know you do too. And you think about it. Government is 35,000, but 27,000 are you. Okay? And that's why I was asking, how many members in this unit, that unit, get a feel, because you're representing many important others, the important jobs that are done every day. So there's a little power here. I'm feeling it, and I know you all are shooting it at me, but that's okay. We have to get to where we have to go. And I know I might be messing up a lot of stuff with this talk today, but let's make it real. That's where I'm coming from. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do. Yes. I think we have 5 that we can bring. We have 2 online. Victoria Leonard, representing the labor, she's a labor policy consultant representing the Baltimore DC building trades. And we have Ginger Carlin, who I think is also from the that organization, Building Trades. Am I correct? And then we have here in person, Michael Canals, who is the UA Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5 business manager. And of course, Kunta Benet, who is the council representative for the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, and Cordelia Evans, who is the business representative for IBEW Local 26. And do we have it? That's it? Okay. Please join us. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. Ms. Leonard, you're up now. You're
Thank
next.
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Bonds, for holding this roundtable on labor matters. My name is Victoria Leonard, and I'm a labor policy consultant for the Baltimore DC Building Trades, which represents 28 construction affiliates and more than 30,000 construction workers in the Baltimore, Washington area. And today I'm focusing my remarks on the First Source and apprenticeship programs and the need for more comprehensive data regarding outcomes. As a representative of the construction trades, I'm often asked by elected officials how well union contractors versus non-union contractors are doing with meeting First Source and apprenticeship requirements, or how well construction projects with PLAs are hitting their First Source and apprenticeship goals compared with non-PLA projects. And these are great questions, but the data isn't readily available to answer them, and it's very frustrating. There's no public data set that aggregates First Source statistics for the DC government's completed construction projects, like a closeout report. DOES, their First Source online registration and reporting system, or FORS for short, lists all the executed First Source agreements and stats for subsidized projects. But these are only data at the contractor level, and they're really just for the subsidized. It doesn't include the DC government construction projects like from DGS or DDOT. So, and no closeout reports are listed for these projects. And some of the projects were completed so long ago, and they're still listed as ongoing. And I also wanted to point out that DOES hasn't posted a first source semi-annual report since June of 2020, and that the data in the semi-annual reports is very limited. For example, the report for January through June 2020 simply says there were 1,471 new hires during the period, of which 550 were construction and 921 were for non-construction. It would be helpful to know which district construction projects the new hires secured employment on, among other things. The need for DOES to have effective policies and procedures for first source is nothing new. Back in 2018, the DC auditor critiqued the agency and made a host of recommendations to improve program monitoring. And with the DC Council entering performance oversight for FY24, there's a great opportunity to request closeout first source data for recently completed DC government construction projects. And with regard to apprenticeship programs, it's my understanding that all of the programs, and we just heard that from one of my colleagues, union and non-union alike, have to file annual reports with the Apprenticeship Council, and that these annual reports are very detailed and include statistics on graduation rates, minority participation, and participation by gender, among other things. The analysis of the data provided in these annual reports could shed some light on whether there is any difference in the performance of union versus non-union construction apprenticeship programs, or whether graduation rates, for example, vary by craft or some other attribute. And again, the upcoming performance oversight process creates a great opportunity to ask questions about the apprenticeship programs registered in the district and whether they're meeting the needs of residents. And so thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will chat a little bit about that. Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Next, we'll hear from Ginger Carlin, and she is representing IBEW Local 26. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Bonds, for holding this roundtable. My name is Ginger Carlin. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I'm also a returning citizen and a participant in the IBEW Local 26 pre-apprenticeship program with the DC Step-Ups. I was released on January 23rd of this year. To help me get back on my feet, I enrolled in Project Empowerment, and it was the first all-woman cohort. After I finished the Project Empowerment, staff encouraged me to seek an office job because I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, but I told them that's not what I wanted to do, and that I was really interested in going into construction. So through them, I enrolled through the AFL-CIO Building Futures program, which was very paramount in my success in doing what I'm doing now. In that program, I received a number of certifications, including OSHA 10 certification, CPR and first aid training, flagger certification, fall safety protection training as well. And then that linked me, while in Building Futures, it linked me to different union programs. That was when I discovered IBEW's Local 26 DC Step-Up program, which is an undertaken in partnership with the DOEE. The Step-Up program is absolutely amazing. I love it. Through the Local 26, I'm employed by Free State Electric, and my current job site is at Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center. Every day, I'm excited to learn something new. Some of the things I have already learned are how to identify hot wires, install receptacles, splice wires, and read blueprints. I'm currently earning almost $25 per hour, and I'm about to get a raise. I have family health insurance through the IBEW, and it's the best health insurance I've ever had. I have my own apartment now, and I'm working on getting custody of my 13-year-old son. And I'm studying to pass the electrician apprentice test. On a side note, which is not in what I submitted, I did not pass the test the first time. So I've been studying to pass the test the second time so I can get into the full apprenticeship program. The Building Futures in the IBEW Step Up program has given me a new start and a chance to take my life in a different direction. In closing, I want to encourage the district government to continue its partnership with the IBEW and to work more closely with the union construction trades to create quality jobs for DC residents. One of the biggest areas where the district can make a difference is in transportation. If you don't have a car, it's hard to get on a job site by 4:45 a.m. I now hitch a ride to work with some workmates to the Cedar Hill Hospital. But in the beginning, I was spending a lot of money on Ubers, paying a premium for an early morning pickup. So earlier metro hours would help a lot. In addition to this, extending the Step Up program length. Currently, the program length is about a year. And say if I don't pass the test again, like I miss it by a couple points, I would have to take it immediately again, or I would not be able to continue working as a Step Up to try to take the test again to get into the apprenticeship program. So that's kind of like important, I think, for not only me, but maybe other Step Ups, but I plan on passing the test. And then that's about it. That's all I have, but I'm really grateful for the opportunities that this has happened. And I really hope that the government of DC decides to keep this up because I think it'll help a lot of people. Thank you for the opportunity for me to participate, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, and we will want to know more about this outstanding opportunity and a new life, a new career. I think it's marvelous. There are some other people who would like to do what you are doing, I'm sure. So we have to talk about this Step Up requiring passing a test, okay? So we'll learn more about that from you, we hope. Mr. Benet, who is going to talk to us about the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. How are you today, sir? I see you a lot.
How you doing, Councilmember Bonds? Glad to be here. Chair Bonds, council members, committee of the chair, and fellow brothers and sisters of organized labor, my name is Kunta Betney. I'm a native Washingtonian from Ward 8 and a council representative for the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. I want to thank Chair Bonds for the opportunity to testify as part of the public roundtable on labor relations in the District of Columbia. The district and organized labor is facing uncertain times right now. A new White House administration will take power in 2025. We all heard the campaign promise from this incoming administration and understand adverse effects that could have on our district and our members of organized labor. It is the hope of the Eastern District of the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters and our members that we are able to keep strong relationships with district leaders like you to help improve the lives of Washingtonians over the next 4 years. The relationship between the district and organized labor is important because it provides positive growth for Washingtonians. This year, the district expanded the use of project labor agreements for the government construction projects, providing more possible construction that will put local hiring first. This decision is met with resistance from the likes of associated builders, contractors, big developers, and other anti-union interests. It was the leadership of many on the council that helped ensure all of the lobbying from these groups did not overshadow the positives of the PLA, which is creating good paying jobs, protections of workers from wage theft and workers' misclassification, and creating construction plans that brings everyone to the table. Even with this win, there is much more that needs to be done. We all have witnessed the GSA, General Service Administration, approve a bid for the new Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA headquarters in DC without a PLA. And as many of the organized labor could have told you, that decision led to less opportunities for local workers. Without a project labor agreement, a subcontractor by the name of Pillar Construction, Inc. was able to gain work in DC, even though they had recently been served with a lawsuit in regards of alleged wage theft and worker misclassification. This ultimately means less work for Washingtonians and more money in the pockets of greedy contractors who do not care about the district residents the way the people in the room do. I have been a member of the Carpenters Union for almost 20 years. It was a no-brainer decision for me to join the Carpenters Union that truly changed my life. I made mistakes. I dropped out of high school. I ran the streets. I even got incarcerated. But I knew that when I came home, I needed to make change. Through the EAS Carpenters Union apprenticeship program, I was able to put myself in position to provide for my family and myself. And I have the support system to ensure I stay away from the streets, such as fair wages, healthcare, and a pension plan. As a council representative, I feel as though I had the responsibility to help others like me who come from the same situation and find a career that will provide for them and their families. This past year, we have seen victories for union workers, and we have seen disappointing decisions that provide less opportunities for Washingtonians. Large-scale development is being planned and prepared for construction, including but not limited to the Capital One Arena improvements, the Long Bridge, the DC Water Tunnel Project, possibly the development of the RFK Stadium, the new school construction for district students. With all these opportunities, organized laborers and leaders like you on the council need to stay in touch, talk about the opportunity, and fight together to ensure district development provides wealth and opportunities for local Washingtonians. Thank you for your time, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Mr. Canals, we're going to hear from you representing UA Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to speak on some of the initiatives such as community benefit agreements and project labor agreements. Registered apprenticeships like ours, Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5, offer several important benefits for local communities, contributing to economic growth, workforce development, and social well-being. Here are a few of those advantages: economic growth and job creation. Registered apprenticeships provide local communities with skilled, trained workforce. This helps meet the demand for skilled labor in industries like construction and others. Apprenticeships help individuals secure stable, long-term careers. This boosts the local economy by reducing unemployment and underemployment rates, particularly in underserved communities. Apprenticeship programs often lead to higher wages over time. Apprentices start earning as they learn the trade, and after completing the program, they typically receive higher salaries compared to those without formal training. Diversity and inclusion. Registered apprenticeships offer a pathway to economic mobility for underrepresented groups, including women, people of color, and veterans. These programs help address skills gaps and create a more inclusive workforce. The structured nature of apprenticeships help reduce barriers to employment by providing training that is equally accessible to people of various backgrounds and experiences. Strengthening local economies. Companies that participate in registered apprenticeship programs can better fill critical skills gaps with qualified workers. This leads to higher productivity and growth for businesses, which in turn support the overall economy of Washington, D.C. Apprenticeships often lead to full-time employment with the sponsoring company, reducing turnover rates and helping to stabilize local industries, particularly in sectors facing labor shortages like the construction industry. Workforce development and career paths. Apprentices gain hands-on real-world experience in their chosen field. This practical learning is often tailored to specific needs of DC industries, improving the quality and efficiencies of local services. Registered apprenticeships create clear pathways to career advancement. Workers who complete their apprenticeship often have opportunities for high-paying positions, leadership roles, or specialized certifications. Workforce retention and community stability. Employers who invest in apprenticeship programs tend to experience higher retention rates. Apprentices are more likely to stay with the company long-term because they have built a relationship with the employer during their training. By providing stable employment and career opportunities, apprenticeships can help reduce the socioeconomic factors contributing to crime, poverty, and instability in local neighborhoods. Partnerships between employers, educational institutions, and governments. In Washington, D.C., registered apprenticeships often involve strong partnerships between businesses, educational institutions, and government agencies. This collaboration ensures that the programs align with local labor market needs and support broader community goals. Government support for apprenticeships aligns with broader economic policies aimed at enhancing workforce development, reducing unemployment, and improving the quality of life for our DC residents. Support for local infrastructure and housing development. The construction industry in Washington, D.C. benefits greatly from registered apprenticeships as these programs help train workers for the region's ongoing infrastructure projects, including housing, transportation, and public works initiatives. Well-trained workers ensure that projects are completed on time, on budget, and to a high standard. Sustainability and green jobs. Our apprenticeship program has a program that focuses on green technology in the plumbing field, like sustainable construction and environmental management. These positions contribute to both economic and environmental sustainability in the region. Improve social mobility. Registered apprenticeships provide a ladder for individuals to improve their socioeconomic status by offering an alternative to traditional college routes. Apprenticeships can help individuals from lower income backgrounds achieve career success and financial independence. In conclusion, UA Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5 registered apprenticeship helps foster community development by increasing diversity and inclusion, supporting economic growth, and strengthening the local workforce. I hope the council will consider utilizing community benefit agreements and other project labor agreements that specify using registered apprenticeships, union registered apprenticeships, whenever possible. These programs play a critical role in addressing skill shortages and providing opportunities for DC residents, ultimately benefiting both individuals and the broader community. Michael Canales, Assistant Business Manager. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And now we have Ms. Evans, again representing IBEW. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bonds, for the opportunity today to testify as part of the Labor Roundtable. My name is Cordelia Evans. I'm a business representative and a journey worker electrician with IBEW Local 26. It is nice to see you again. IBEW Local 26 represent more than 12,000 electricians across the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. The work of our unionized electrician speaks for itself. Our apprenticeship training program is top-notch, and no one can compete with the skilled craftsman our journey worker bring to the job site, excuse me. When I testified last month in support of the monumental sports arena bill to include PLA with a renovation project, I talked about Local 26 12-month electrical effort to create quality union electrical jobs for a DC resident. This labor roundtable provides a great opportunities for Local 26 to share our success rate statistics. IBEW Local 26 currently has 418 members and pre-apprentices who resides in the district. That number includes journey workers and apprentices, in addition to our pre-apprentices. As I mentioned,
At the Arena Bill last month, IBW Local 26 established a pre-apprenticeship program in partnership with the District Department of Energy and the Environment. It is called Energy in Movement under the Green Trade DC program. It recruits and trains residents ages 18 and over to prepare them for a career as journey-level electricians. Wages start at more than $25.65 per hour. The program provides combination of classroom learning and on-the-job training with our union signatory contractors. All of this prepare residents to be ready to apply for a 5-year apprenticeship program. We currently have 49 DC residents in our step-up program, pre-apprenticeship program, including, as Ginger Carlin testified earlier. We accepted 35 DC residents in our most recent apprenticeship program in September, many of whom came through our Green Trade DC program as a step-up. There are 221 DC residents in training program at our school between apprentices, telecommunication, step-ups, and residential trainees. The wraparound services we provide to our pre-apprentices and trainees are one of the key drives of our success. Through our Green Trade DC grant provided with the DOEE, we have been able to provide wraparound services that have helped remove barriers for workers. These include career coaching opportunities, transportation subsidies, toolkits, and help navigating district child care voucher program. I would also like to add that our Green Trade program was funded by ARPA money through the DOE with 100% matching funds from our training program, from a training center. With the change in administration occurring at the federal level, we are unsure if future match funding will be matched from the U.S. government for our ongoing partnership with DOEE under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF for short. If that is the case, I will be back to ask for your assistance in obtaining district government funding so that we can continue to partner together to create a quality union electrician job for DC residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to the IBEW locals, thank you very much for what you're doing. You're giving us some real numbers that we can hold on to. My question is, of the 418 members and pre-apprentices who reside in DC, of that number, what is the usual attrition? That is, how many do we usually see graduate from these programs after 5 years? Because this is not the first time you've done this. It is. So we're virgin land. Okay. All right. Okay.
I am a virgin, but I have some statistics. I have some stats for you.
All right.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
So what I prepared so far in the District of Columbia, the 418, it consists of 64% is African American, 14% is Hispanic, Asian Pacific Islands are 3%, whites are 11%, and unknown is 6%, right? 85% are men and 16% are women. So we're trying to increase the amount of women that's coming into our program. Currently, our first year apprentice makes 45% of what a journey person make, which is $57 in the pocket, but they're currently making $25.65 per hour. And it includes from 45 to 57, 60, and it continues from there.
All right.
Upon graduation, say they're graduating next year, you're gonna be making over $57 an hour.
All right.
Right.
And do they get similar pay like one of the other unions mentioned, $2.60 every increase every 6 months? Or
our contract is negotiated every 3 years. So we just recently negotiated our contract and we received an $8 raise in which we split it up. This year we had in June, we got a raise of $150. December 1st, we just recently received a raise, and then next year we're gonna split it up in June and the following year, 2026. So the end of 2026, a journey person is gonna be receiving $62 an hour in the pocket.
And that's
And the benefits
important.
are paid, I'm sorry, the benefits are paid
Yeah.
by the contractor, it's not paid by the
Right.
worker.
That is very important because, as you know, in the district, our minimum wage is approaching, I think, $18 an hour. But nationwide, it's still $7 and what, 50 cents. So being in DC is important, and certainly being an affiliate of DC is, even more so important. So we're very happy to know that people will have an opportunity to obtain a living wage, and go beyond that because it is very costly. I remember the time my dad said, when I was a little kid in the back seat of the car, and he says, telling my mom, well, I'll be making $7.10 an hour. And I remember saying, I guess I must have been about 6 or 7. And I said, I hope I make that kind of money. Okay. And now we know that that doesn't get you very far in an urban economy like here. So, times have changed, and we as a community are changing with the times and trying to do the right thing for those who are here with us in this community. So thank you very much for that. I did want to ask you about the PLAs. What is your thought about how we can look forward to the PLA being administered in such a way that we make sure that the trades that are in our community have an opportunity to participate. And I say that even though I know that what Mr. Benet mentioned is an issue, and that is the way federal contracts operate. They tend not to deal with the PLA process at all. And they are not subjected to having to look local. They can look almost global. And so as a result, we don't always get a chance. Those who are local vendors don't always get a chance. So what's your thought about how we can, even if we don't have a PLA, that we can subscribe to hiring local first?
For us, I feel PLA helps a lot of DC residents. And the reason for that with us, because of the Step Up program, as Ginger stated, it's a 12 months program. However, after 12 months of you attempted to conduct the aptitude test and say you might not pass, like she didn't, right?
Yeah.
So you have an additional 8 months in order for you to try to attempt to pass the test. It helps elevate not only us as union workers, but also help the standards for other non-union to come up to our standards for us to be able to afford living in DC. Because I remember the last time I testified and there was like, I remember one of the non-union contractors stated like, it's not benefiting us, that the contractor. And I was like, but it's benefiting the workers to be able to live in DC. To the simple fact of the new gentrification that we have in DC, it raises up the cost. Attempted to try in 2017 to try to live in DC. And I think at the time we were looking, my husband and I, it was like 900 square feet was like around $2,500. That's a lot. $25 an hour now. Yes, we do have members that still lives in here, but once you receive 57, 60 something dollars an hour, you can't afford to $400,000, $500,000, to live in DC. And I feel like that kind of like stagnate the members or the residents to be able to live here, in which they venture out to the to Maryland and Virginia. Compared to, okay, we have PLAs that's implemented into the job force. For you to say that, okay, we have this bill that's here, we want DC resident only to apply to this job. That means you're giving more DC resident an opportunity to be able to work in the state, in the different wards that you have the jobs, that's implemented, compared to just having the jobs available and just pulling from different parts of the states. For instance, in Virginia and Maryland, compared to giving DC resident opportunity to do so, and us having career fair in which we're able to venture out, which we do, but be able to have those residents work in those jobs that have PLA for them to be able to live up to those standards. Does that make sense?
Um, yes, it does make sense. And as you were speaking, I guess I was thinking about an issue that I dare raise here. And that is, where should the government expect workers to live? Of course, we would like workers that work in DC to live in DC. You point out the reality, the absolute reality. And as DC government works with the local governments in the Washington metropolitan area, I'm just wondering just whether or not we need a chat about that issue. Mr. Canoles knows what I'm talking about. This whole thing about whether or not the requirement is passe as it is implemented, and whether or not we need a new way to implement that measure so that it's more meaningful to our workforce. So I'll be thinking about that, and let's see what we can
I just
do.
wanted to add this also to that. Not only besides the PLA to have residents, be as workers, we also need residents to be on management position as well. So if that can be implemented as well into that bill or whatever job site that has a PLA, that will help out financially the residents here. That's something to think about as well.
All right. I see you're ready to share. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I believe like skilled labor is the way to go. If you look at the PLA at the South Capitol Street Bridge, it was done under budget and delivered earlier than it was expected to. I also want to point out that was my first job as a council representative dealing with construction management. And if the district going to award jobs to companies, they need to have the same vision that we all had, that we all need in order to serve the people from the underserved community. Because I fought management left and right on district residents getting on that job. I even had to get Alyssa Silverman, Councilmember Alyssa Silverman, involved because she was over workforce development, and she had to write the contractor a letter asking for the status of district residents and what are we going to do to hire district residents. And once she got involved, then it was a little more easier to have a conversation. But a lot of times contractors feel as though they could come in the district and do not have to hire district residents, and they ask for alternative plans or all these other different things. And we don't need alternative plans because, as you know, Councilmember, man, you sit on the WIC board, and we look at the numbers of district residents that's not even seeking employment. And the only way you reach out to them people, you have to be boots on the ground. You have to be connected to community groups, workforce development groups, because we spend enough money on programming in the District of Columbia, but oftentimes they do not lead to jobs. So I believe with the PLAs that's up and coming, we need to have a real organizing drive on district residents and putting them first. I believe for the first time that district residents should be put first on public funded money on public funding projects. That way we could start building a pool of residents that could live and thrive in our city.
All right, and so are you telling us that through the implementation of a PLA going forward, you are motivated that we should hire DC residents first through the contracting process? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we know it's a shortage of district residents because all contractors come here and say DC don't have no skilled trained workers. That's the narrative. So what I'm saying is we need to look in some type of alternative plan. Usually PLAs have something in the contract, like for every 3 journeymen, you need 1 apprentice, right? Or maybe every 5 journeymen, you need 1 apprentice. Maybe we need to look at beefing that number up. Maybe like for every 5 journeymen, we need 2 apprentices. That way we could get a bigger number of district residents that's coming inside of these apprenticeship programs with better opportunity. That way contractors not just trying to meet the minimum number, because if we know that it's a problem where we falling short, but we need a better system where as though we could be more active and more have better outcomes of these projects to where as though we have district residents. I was just on a call earlier today with some people over at OSSI, and we trying to work with them on some type of program where we have returning kids that go to college and find out college not for them. We want to have them to have opportunity to come inside of our apprenticeship programs. That way they not just coming home trying to start all over or hit the reset button with like no way to know, with no vision. We want to give them some type of vision that, hey, college maybe didn't work for you, but maybe the trades is. And like my colleague just said right here, we want to look for upper management. All of our apprenticeship programs have college credits that they receive when they come through our apprenticeship program. So we don't just want them to come in and be workers. We actually want them to come in and get the management role and get some type of leadership role within the construction industry. Because as you know, I'll be in a lot of meetings. I was at a meeting earlier this week with DC Builds DC, and they had Association for General Contractors there, and he was talking about like the baby boomers that's ready to retire, and then the next generation that's behind it. The number of people that's in workforce is not even there to replace the number of people where the baby boomers was at. So we know that we're going to be falling short. So how do we like bridge this gap? I believe like having a better ratio number from journeymen to apprentices on these PLAs will give us a higher chance where we could get more district residents skilled and trained and get them ready to be the next leaders in the construction industry.
Thank you. When you were talking earlier, I was going to ask about the ratio, so you already answered that question. Thank you. Mr. Canollas, what do you think about the ratio and what we can do or could do? And what has been your labor experience with PLAs?
I'll start with my experience with PLAs. Similar to my brother here, his testimony. Project labor agreements, in my experience, have been on budget, on time, if not early and under. All right, so I see a benefit not only for our members that get an opportunity to work on those projects, but also for whatever entity is entered into that agreement. And so it's beneficial on both sides. As far as the ratios, I'm going to steer away from the ratios just because our apprenticeship program, and similar to what stated in the testimony, we have a registered apprenticeship program. My colleague Christopher Biondi, who's the training director for Plumbers Local 5, those standards are through different divisions, and I'm not going to necessarily push on the ratios. But what I will say is that a lot of the concerns can be addressed if looking at my testimony, we are looking at a shortage of skilled labor, right? By using particular language in community benefit agreements and project labor agreements that specifically utilize union registered apprenticeships, it allows us to open our doors to more individuals I'm sorry, but the other person that testified earlier, that's with Local 26, the step-up programs and the different opportunities for individuals to get into registered programs that allow us to increase the amount of skilled trades people in our communities to build the projects. So for me, again, a lot of the answers are in the testimony. Registered apprenticeships, union registered apprenticeships, that type of language in community benefit agreements, project labor agreements, having more projects, utilize those, enable our mechanisms through our training departments to provide opportunities to underprivileged individuals, men and women that don't necessarily know what to do, that may have went to college and isn't for them, or maybe school isn't their college isn't their original destination, and are looking for other opportunities. So again, there's a lot of benefits that we can lean on our registered apprenticeships to help a lot of the projects that need to be built, the infrastructure that we need, the housing, the transportation, all these things. Again, I fall back to my testimony. I believe that there's a lot of opportunity with that.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very much, because I'm hearing that perhaps one of the key ingredients to building our economy in the district has to do with having a more robust apprenticeship program throughout, so that we can get young people and others who are interested, like you said, going into a different role or direction, that they have that opportunity and it could benefit us. And then we would have those individuals. Whenever the projects happen, we would have the individuals that we could call on. So I appreciate that. And I was thinking as you were speaking that here we go again, we probably need a working group to talk about how do we get more apprenticeships moving forward.
I would love to participate.
You got it. And that's where I am on that. And I thank you all so very much with this group. I know that I did want to ask you, Kunta, how many apprentices did we have? I'll say, how many DC residents did we have on the Frederick Douglass Bridge? I think it was only one, wasn't it?
No, two.
More? Two?
No, for us with the carpenters, we reached 47% district residency on that job. We didn't get to 51%, but we got to 47% at the peak of the job. Me,
Which
myself,
was, what number is that? Do you recall?
I know it was 47%, and that I know total we at the peak of the job we had about 66 carpenters at the peak of the job. So 47% of 60 carpenters were district residents at the height of the job. I know for sure. It was like I said, it was my first job as a council representative, so I hit the streets running. And I was getting all the district residents that I can. And I came into a brick wall because I came to find out that everyone wasn't really ready for a job. So
That's the thing. And that's what I'm most concerned with. So when we do the working group, it's about how do we identify what systems can we use to get people who would be genuinely interested, like Miss Carlin, who genuinely interested, could do something else. So the system told her, but she wants to do this. And we want people who want to do this. Not everyone thinks with their hands and, and through networks, and that's part of what it takes to do that. I have a son that does that, he thinks like that. I do not. I couldn't tell you how to do any of that. But there are people, many people, who know how to do this. And that's what we really need. People interested in the trades and wanting to and loving it.
So what I have been doing, Councilmember Barnes, since I've been since that job, I learned a lot of lessons. So what I did was I used the resources that the district has. So I partner with programs such as Run Hope Work, ZCAF. We're currently working with Capital Building Solutions. That's a small group that we're working with, and we trying to partner with them they already doing the work of giving people soft skills and vetting them and giving them on a place of stability where they're able to get work. So I want to be their outlet to get them the next step to come inside of our apprenticeship program. So that's what I have been doing, trying to use the full wraparound service of the work that the district's already paying these different nonprofits to do. And when they get out of their pre-apprenticeship program, that's when we will come in and offer them a chance to come inside of our apprenticeship program. And I work with Building Futures as well. So that's a AFL-CIO funded program. So I work with it. If you see it, everyone know who I am. I'm running around the district crazy.
So
trying to
you're
help.
making the case that as we look at the new budget in, starting next year, that we need to think very strongly about how we can buttress up our apprenticeship process.
Councilmember
Yes.
Bonds?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Vicky, Vicky,
You're
who's
still here,
testifying
yes.
virtually today. I think also in addition to what Kunta's describing for the carpenters, the program that the IBEW is currently doing, the pre-apprenticeship with DOEE, I think that could be a good case study to look at what is really successful. I know Cordelia could tell more about it. They've been going in and doing things with the Mystics and all of these job fairs, and they do report to DOEE really detailed reports on a regular basis that can tell you how many people they talked to and recruited, and just a variety of statistics, and that could provide a good roadmap for what can work to reach out to folks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And Ms. Carlin, we're going to tap you to help us understand a little bit about the motivation to do this kind of work. So be prepared, because we want to hear from you at the right time, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you for your input.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. All right, we have the final panel is Rochelle Ramsey Walker, who is a public witness, and Ruth Wilcock, who is online, public witness. Matthew Garali, online. He is the Political and Communications Director of ATU Local 689. And Lucia Hennan, is that a T? Hennett, okay, who is a public witness also online. And thank you. And you have to accept the invitation to be on so that we can hear your testimony. So please accept to be online with us. Ms. Walker, you can begin. We see you. Okay.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Bonds, for this opportunity to testify today as part of the Labor Roundtable. My name is Rochelle Ramsey Walker. I'm a business representative for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 51. And I'm also a former apprentice of our Finishing Trades Apprenticeship Program. District Council 51 represents about 1,300 members across DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Our union includes painters, drywall finishers, glazers, sign and display workers, and floor covering installers. As you're well aware, questions always arise about how the construction trades are doing with creating jobs for the district residents and members of underserved communities. And this labor roundtable creates a space where we can share what we are doing. So District Council 51 thanks you for this opportunity. Here at the IUPAT District Council 51, we're very committed to equity inclusiveness, and our membership statistics bear that. We currently have about 584 journey workers, 80% of whom are minorities, and our 178 apprentices, 94% are minorities. We also strive to have women like myself in our trades. We are currently sitting at 15 of our journey workers and 9 of our apprentices being women. Right now, we have 18 apprentices who are district residents, and we are always pushing to increase that number. Toward that goal, we have had a 10-year partnership with DCPS and its Career Bridge program. This program educates DC resident high school graduates about the DC building trades and prepares them for success in registered apprenticeship programs. We also have had a long-time partnership with the AFL-CIO's Building Futures pre-apprenticeship program, and regularly work with the Department of Employment Services to recruit DC residents for job and pre-apprenticeship placement. District Council 51 is also active in recruiting events with the Potomac Job Corps and also DC high schools. As the IUPAT and the building trades have testified before the council many times, a steady pipeline of PLA projects creates a demand that enables us to recruit and train more DC residents. The recent lowering of the PLA threshold from $75 million to $50 million will definitely help with that. I also wanted to share 2 changes that we have made to our apprenticeship admissions that the IUPAT has undertaken to expand our candidate pool. The first being the removal of a driver's license requirement. And the second is that we no longer require a high school diploma. We feel that the easiest thing an individual should be able to do is to enter a registered apprenticeship program. Finally, the cost of living in the district is a factor that impacts all of the trades and working people in general. It's very expensive to reside in the district. Increasing the supply of affordable and workforce housing would help our workers, our journey workers and apprentices stay in the district. I know you share this concern and have raised it as something the city must address. But I, again, want to thank you for this opportunity to share what the IUPAT is doing to create quality union jobs for DC residents. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. And so next we have Ms. Wilcox. You see her? Okay. All right.
Good evening, Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Sorry, my camera isn't working. I'm not sure what's happening, but thank you for the opportunity this evening to discuss this very crucial matter regarding labor relations, as it is a very huge problem within my agency. When I started with OAG, I was informed by several employees to refrain from dealing with the union. Many of those employees have since been promoted because of their allegiance to management and their continued union bashing. There have been many occasions when employees, including myself, have been denied due process as outlined in union contracts or the DPM because management frequently abuses their authority by asserting management rights, even when it's not applicable or biased and unethical. My agency is an independent agency whose responsibility is to ensure laws and regulations are carried out, and when they aren't, to prosecute as needed. But what is the procedure when the prosecution isn't following the laws? This is where we need the additional oversight from the council. We need your help as employees, residents, and union members. The management will encourage and often tell employees that they do not need union representation in meetings. but they show up in the meetings with 4 or 5 members of the management team, which is a very intimidated tactic that is frequently used by the management at my agency. Employees and union members who are active and attend union meetings are penalized by not receiving promotions or receiving them after new employees or non-active union members receive theirs. The latest tactic being carried out by the management at our agency is to avoid giving senior employees and active union members promotion, is to not issue or perform performance evaluations. It is my understanding through my conversations with Mr. Philip Mancini at DCHR that if you do not receive a performance evaluation, you are automatically rated at a 3, which means you will not qualify for a bonus or promotion under the agency's policy for such. I humbly and respectfully ask that these matters be reviewed. As of today, I have not received my FY24 performance evaluation or my FY25 performance plan. And I just want to say, I've been before you before talking about some of these issues. They remain the same. OAG, I'm trying to figure out why the Child Support Services Division, which is a family service agency, is even under the Office of the Attorney General and not the Department of Human Services. We really need to come from under there. There are a lot of things that are going on. Ms. Williams, Ms. Dantzler, Mr. Slade, Mr. Gilliam, their testimony is to exactly what is happening in my agency. Personally, I am an employee who was placed under investigation for a year and 2 months. For a year and 2 months, I endured an investigation for them to come back and say there are no findings. I wrote asking them to conclude the investigation. They refused to. During that time, I was banned from my building. I was still being paid. There was no information about all the allegations were false. But you conducted an investigation for an entire year. And this is what the abuse of management rights looks like when we allow people who are not ethical to exercise certain rights. It will work, but there has to be a level of morality. There has to be a level of ethics. And you have to be honest when you're exercising management rights and not abusive in those rights. So we really need, I am pleading with you to please do something with OAG, even if it's removing us from under the Office of the Attorney General, because again, we're a family service agency and we should not be under the Office of the Attorney General. We should be under the Department of Human Services because we deal with families. So I just ask Councilmember Bonds that you truly look into these matters. I am a resident of the District of Columbia. I have 2 other colleagues who have 25 years in my agency. I have 11. Those 2 employees have had role model and highly effective evaluations the entire time during their tenure there and have not been promoted. Yet we have employees who have come in who are not residents of the District of Columbia. We are, who have less tenure and have been promoted. They've been there less than 5 years and they have been promoted. So that's abuse of managerial rights. That's abuse of powers. And it just creates a toxic environment. And we are really dealing with a toxic environment at this time in the Office of the Attorney General, Child Support Services Division. And I just plead with you to please take some action regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I will try and follow up with you offline, okay? Thank you. See if we can figure out what we can do, if that's okay with you. Our next witness is Mr. Matthew Giraldi from ATU Local 689. And we see you on the screen. Can you hear us?
Absolutely, can hear
All
you loud
right.
and clear.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Absolutely. Chair Bonds and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for hosting this roundtable hearing on labor relations in the District of Columbia. At Local 689, we represent over 15,000 transit workers and retirees across the Washington, D.C. metro area, performing many skilled transportation crafts for WMATA, Metro Access, D.C. Circulator, and D.C. Streetcar, among others. Our union is 108 years old and has helped turn low-wage and exploitative transit jobs into transit careers generation after generation. We have become an engine for the middle class of this city and for this whole region. To start, I would like to thank the council for a number of actions it has taken over the past year. Fully funding WMATA, stiffening penalties for assaulting transit workers, and passing emergency legislation unanimously to support DC Circulator workers. However, as I will detail in this testimony, we as a city still have major challenges ahead to support and empower transit workers and riders, for that matter. To take those in order, had DC Council not provided the necessary funds to WMATA, we would have seen over 108 of the 135 Metro bus routes cut, Metro rail stations shuttered, fares increased 25% for riders, thousands of workers laid off, and service cut dramatically. Avoiding this scenario was no small task, but we must not allow this cyclical chaos to continue. Even this year, fares increased 12.5% for riders. Targeted service cuts were implemented, and over $100 million was raided from preventive maintenance funds to fund operations. And necessary amendments were made to our CBA in negotiations. To be clear, the way to add job security for our frontline transit heroes is to give them dedicated funding. Namely, Local 689 supports a land value tax around rapid transit infrastructure, both within the district and around the region. Even in the draft Tax Revision Commission reports, this policy was advanced repeatedly. So we urge the council to act on this worthy idea in the following year and through DMV moves. We need first-rate and progressive funding for a world-class transit system. Next, I want to commend the council on increasing penalties for folks who assault transit workers. I gotta say that over the past 15 years, unfortunately, there has been a nearly 300% increase in assaults on transit workers, according to the FTA. And we believe that those numbers are not counting the many assaults of verbal abuse, non-life-threatening or non-critical physical abuse. So we believe that those numbers are even underreported. There has been a real rise in antisocial behavior and violence aboard public transportation that we need to keep an eye on. For years, we had asked that this council ensure that those assaults were not treated as just any simple assaults under the law. We wanted to forward them so it was treated the same way as if you assault, let's say, an airline steward, that was treated more seriously. And finally, Secure DC did just that. So we're greatly appreciative and want to work with the council to do even more. And finally, I want to thank Councilmember Bonds and every council member for supporting the emergency legislation to protect our DC Circulator workers. Councilmember Bonds, I remember you were remarking during the hearing there of O'Roy Chalk and DC Transit and Capital Transit when we had streetcars. Those streetcars were represented by 689 members. When Capital Transit became DC Transit and DC Transit was condemned and then handed over to WMATA to become Metro Bus, those workers were 689 members and their livelihoods were respected. That was built into the contract and the precedent of what we were looking at. Unfortunately, the plan that was put forth by the executive for DC Circulator's wind down completely broke with that precedent. Instead of allowing for a clear successorship, it simply planned to lay off hundreds of members who had served the district dutifully for years. Voting in favor of that emergency legislation was the right thing to do. sending a clear message that workers will not be left behind, even if their jobs are nonsensically contracted out instead of brought in and treated as full public employees. Also note that some tried to use the fact that a portion of those DC circulator drivers no longer live in the district as a reason to shun them. But if you talk with those folks, and I've gotten to talk with them a lot, anyone would find that nearly all of them were born and raised in the district. The problem was that many of them could no longer afford to live in the city. And that was the direct result of years of low pay, privatization, underfunding for housing programs, and gutting of the social safety net. So we can't repeat this mistake again, and we must do better going forward, especially as the second looming deadline of layoffs comes up on December 31 for the remaining DC circulator workers. So as such, I'm urging the council to remain vigilant. As 689 and WMATA negotiate over the conditions for newly hired DC circulator workers, we may need the council to fund a deal to make those individuals whole. And that deal actually could be financed through the emergency legislation proceeds, but we need the proceeds to be there. We need for those assets to be sold. So we need to ensure that the executive doesn't drag its feet on selling circulator assets as a form of retribution to these workers. Unfortunately, I was reminded of a quote that when we went on strike back in 2022, we were told by the executive, if you strike against us. And we didn't want to go on strike. That was a last resort. But we weren't engaged because those jobs were contracted out and privatized. So these workers have endured enough. It's time to do right by them. So to conclude, I'm here to thank the council for taking a number of positive steps for supporting transit workers and our whole transit system. But still, I must finish by saying that our members' problems do not stop when they clock out, nor do they exist in isolation. During this next year, we will need a government that fully funds the programs necessary for working class Washingtonians, especially dealing with housing, transportation, education, childcare, and more. So we can't afford austerity, and the council must be prepared to fill the void that the federal government will likely create and impose upon the district and its workers. So I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We were glad to understand where you are on many important issues, all of them with a dollar sign beside them. But thank you very much. We have two more. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. All right. And then we have Lucia Hinnat, public witness. I see you. Please, let's get your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you, guys.
Oh, we can hear you. Good.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon. Dear members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Thank you for this opportunity to share my experience as a new hire in the District of Columbia's Department of Human Services. I hope my testimony will contribute to the ongoing conversation about the state of labor and workforce issues in the district. My journey as a new hire has been deeply affected by the need for reasonable ADA accommodations. Workplace harassment, bullying, favoritism has been deeply affected by the need for reasonable accommodations, workplace harassment, bullying, favoritism, inconsistent communication, and actions I've had to take to protect my privacy and mental health. My professional background: before joining the Department of Human Services, I served as a leasing coordinator with the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness. In this role, I assisted residents with lease-up processes, identified housing opportunities, and advocated for housing stability. Additionally, I am the founder of a nonprofit organization, Chosen to Win Incorporation, which supports returning citizens and their families as they overcome trauma and build new lives. My personal journey has also included significant challenges. I experienced eviction as a child, foreclosure as a single parent, and the loss of income due to disability. These experiences have fueled my passion for serving vulnerable populations and contributing to systemic change. I am a mother of 6 adult children, 3 of whom have disabilities. Tragically, one of my children passed away on March 2nd, 2024. My role as a parent has given me profound insight into the challenges faced by individuals with disabilities and their caregivers, further deepening my commitment to advocating for equitable workplace practices. My challenges at the Department of Human Services are particularly personal because I was once a recipient of SNAP and Medicaid benefits. Transition from a client to an employee was a significant step forward in my life. This role symbolized stability and growth, allowing me to advocate for others facing similar struggles. However, the retaliation and harassment I have faced threatened to undo my progress. If my complaints are not resolved and my working conditions do not improve, I may be forced to return to the public assistance to survive. This potential regression underscores the urgent need for systemic changes to protect employees and ensure equitable treatment. As someone diagnosed with ADHD and PTSD, I realized I rely on reasonable accommodations to perform my duties effectively. Unfortunately, obtaining these accommodations have been a constant challenge. Despite providing documentation from my healthcare provider, I often encounter resistance, delays, and lack of understanding. For example, I requested recordings for trainings during training to help me process information, but this request was denied, even though it would have significantly reduced my stress and increased my productivity. The refusal to meet this basic need created barriers that hindered my ability to thrive in my role, and it did not cause an undue hardship to the agency. From the outset, I was subjected to workplace harassment and bullying by colleagues and leadership. A particular distressing incident involved a colleague taking an unauthorized picture of me on the job and sending them to an individual I did not know, accompanied by comments about my appearance and wardrobe. The invasion of privacy exacerbated my anxiety and sense of vulnerability. Additionally, I discovered that a coworker was following me on social media platforms and stalking my online presence, further undermining my sense of safety and trust in the workplace. Through my research using FOIA requests, I uncovered a history of discrimination and hostile work environment complaints filed against the Department of Human Services. These findings reveal a systemic pattern that mirrors my own experiences and highlights the urgent need for organizational reform. This favoritism within the department created an uneven playing field and perpetuated a toxic work culture. Some employees' behaviors, such as unprofessional attire and conduct, were overlooked, while others, including myself, were held to stricter standards. Communication was also inconsistent, with conflicting instructions from leadership and a lack of clarity that led to confusion and errors. These issues created unnecessary stress and made it difficult for me and others to succeed in our roles. Actions that I would like to take to protect myself. To address these challenges, I have taken several actions to protect myself. I filed formal complaints against the harassment, privacy violations, and the lack of ADA accommodations. I sought the support of an EEO counselor and requested a change in my work environment to avoid further incidents. Additionally, I'm pursuing damages for the emotional distress caused by these violations, which have had a significant impact on my mental health, leading to migraines, high blood pressure, and panic attacks. I urge the committee to prioritize policies that ensure workers' rights are protected, particularly those with disabilities who rely on ADA accommodations. Greater oversight is needed to prevent harassment, favoritism, and breaches of privacy in the workplace. Training for leadership and staff on inclusivity, respect, and effective communication can help foster a more supportive work environment. I also recommend implementing mechanisms for swift resolution of complaints to reduce the harm caused by prolonged conflicts. My experiences underscore the importance of these discussions and the urgent need for change. I hope that by sharing my story, I can contribute to creating a more equitable and supportive workplace for all district employees. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm sorry that as a new employee that you are having these experiences. But I do know that it does happen, and it is the government's responsibility to make your workplace safe, secure, and hopefully enjoyable. That's what we are really about. So we can look into this, and we would have to work with you directly. We will not do it through a hearing. So expect to hear from us, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our All right, and our last witness is Samuel Epps, who is the president of the Washington Metropolitan Council, AFL-CIO. Mr. President, we're happy to have you, and thank you for making this important hearing.
Good evening, Chairman Bonds. Thank you for this opportunity to testify at this public roundtable regarding labor relations in the District of Columbia. I am Samuel Epps, President of the Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO, representing 150 affiliates, local unions in the Washington metropolitan region. And I'm certainly, and let me just say, I apologize for not being able to be there in person, but this same conversation that we are having here today and I'm doing virtual, I had a previous engagement to talk to Maryland elected officials about labor relations in our jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction not only covers DC, but it also covers Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and the 3 Southern Maryland counties where many of our affiliates operate. But I had a chance after I got back from those meetings to listen in to this hearing, where I want to thank our affiliates who are affiliates of our council to be able to articulate the labor relations, specifically in their industries, to this council. And, from transit funding to making transit workers whole, to PLAs and labor peace agreements, to collective bargaining, to management rights, to retirement benefits, to apprenticeship programs that our trade does, first source that is real important that the district has, and how labor unions do it, PERB, in the relationship to PERB, and to the private sector with automatic daily room cleaning. So these are issues that run across our board, and the Metropolitan Council is in support and bringing solidarity through that 150 affiliates on each and every one, and they are all interrelated, all interconnected for our workers who live, work, and play in DC, but also in the region. I think Matt brought up a great point that many of our folks work in DC but can't afford living in DC. We heard from Ginger, who is a part of what a partnership or grant that our community service agency, which is a 501c3 agency of the Metropolitan Washington Council, go through a building futures program that we allowed after she got all of her certifications be matched with one of our local trade unions for apprenticeship program. And so, this is what this committee has in front of them, and I agree with them. We will be pushing that, we will agree on some areas, but we will also continue to push that these issues be resolved. And also on our part, that we will be able to work with policymakers to do that. I am, because we may have to chastise others when an occasion may require, but that doesn't mean we don't want to work together. And I would be remiss that many of our workers, as we're dealing with this in front of us, we are preparing for what the federal administration will look like. And we will be under attack as unions, and we will ask this committee, this council, to step up to protect workers, right? To protect workers, physically and mentally on the job, as well as protect any attack on our federal government workers, district government workers, in the public sector, teachers. And so our national AFL-CIO is putting together plans on a lot of different brothers, and then our brothers, our immigrant brothers and sisters who are in unions, and their families who are not. who make up the vibrant DC community. We must protect them as well too. And so my comments is we look to continue to work with you, Councilmember Bonds, but we also will hold you accountable to these issues that our affiliates have brought forth in this hearing. And thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, for your testimony. And I do look forward to working with Labor, and particularly focusing on those issues that have been brought to our attention. You know, this is a new day for me, being so close to the union movement in our local government. But I'm not, it's not foreign to me. As I mentioned earlier, I have some background and certainly some knowledge of the important role that you play, not just in our city, but just in our society as a whole. And I thank you for that. I'm looking forward to doing a couple of things. And we'll get a note off to you, a formal note, so that you'll know that we're very serious about having the opportunity to discuss the issue of management and how management sees their authority as it relates to the formation of contracts with the various unions. I don't know what we can do, but we can at least raise the flag and see if we can come to some consensus that we can present to and through the government. Again, I remind you, we're just the council. We don't run the programs. We just try to make sure that the funding is there for the program. So I'll be, looking at it from that perspective. So I just wanted to share that with you. We'll give you a synopsis because we want you to be aware of how we think that we can move forward on some issues that were presented to us. So I thank you very much, President Epps, for joining us. And I do know that there will be some things that we can't do, and you will know it. And we will strive to continue to work together as the issues flare up. I do want to say to Mr. Giraldi that I hear you loud and clear as you're talking about transit. And again, when we think of the unionized employees inside our government, we don't always think of WMATA. We don't always think, well, we don't, because WMATA is a regional compact. And so it requires input from the region. And I must say, and toot the District of Columbia's horn, we continue to give the lion's share. I call it the lion's share, but we give a little more than what would be an equal share to the proposition. And we will continue, I'm sure, to do that to the best of our ability. So we're on board to do what we can. But as I mentioned when we were having the discussion earlier about the PLA, we may not have what we thought we were going to have or what we want to have as we move into future, early future. But we expect that we will be able to continue forward with our PLA plan. And I'm just asking those that are bidding through the process, do not come to us with an escalated price tag, because we may not have it. But come to us with a fair and honest price tag. And I say that in jest because we did have conversations about how PLAs usually cost a little more in order to get the quality that you want. And so I'm saying, let us have the quality, but let's not have a gigantic price tag for it. So, and I think they understood what I was saying, those that are in the building trades, President Epps. So I just want you to know, I at least ventured in that direction to say that, you know, we want to have a good quality services in our community at all times. And we want to make sure that we're doing it in partnership with our labor community. So I'll kind of stop there and see if, just let me check with my staff, see if there's something I need to jump right. Well, guess what? We are we are able to thank you profusely to everyone who has participated in today's public roundtable. I think we have learned valuable information about the current state of labor and the workforce issues that are before the district. The district's labor force is integral to the district's economy and its recovery and ongoing development. And the committee recognizes the importance of understanding the perspectives within our labor force. I look forward to continuing to partnership with the public, organized labor, and other stakeholders to strengthen the district's labor market. If any member of the public would like to submit written testimony, please submit it to the council's hearing management system, or you may email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL. The hearing record will close on Saturday, December 30th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And with that said, I do want to acknowledge testimony that I asked for from some of the other divisions of labor within the district government, including the Protective Services Division that I see each and every day when I come into the building of the Wilson. And I want them to know that I have testimony from that group, and a number of other unions have provided us with information. And so I'm very happy to include all of the testimony that we receive in the public record, and you will be a part of the public record. This concludes the hearing today. With that, the time is now 6:15 p.m. on December 12, 2024, and this meeting